Let's go, chat. Let's go, guys. All right. Turn the music down a little bit. What's up, guys? We are live. Welcome back to day 97 of Vibe Coding an App until I'm making $1 million. Today is going to be a big day. If you guys were watching on the stream yesterday, we made huge progress with our agentic workflows. So as you guys know, we're working on viewcreator.ai, and we're looking to build complete end-to-end social media marketing automation is really what we're trying to build. And J35, what's up? NS, what's up? But, you know, what we're going to be doing, The Awaken, what's up? What we're going to be doing today is we made significant progress with this yesterday. And you guys can tell I'm a little bit earlier on stream today. That's because we're going to be going longer and we're going to be going harder. You know, we are putting in the grind. And something that I wrote up on the board today is staying power. You know, and I think that this is important because something that it's like, hey, people talk about in the stream, they're like, hey, what ideas do I have? You know, you know, how do I start? How do I get started? What do I do? You know, and really, I think that staying power ends up being one of the most important things, because look at us, guys, 97 days later, we're still going hard, and we're going to continue to do that. And really, the secret of success, if you want to continue going and you want to be successful in this space, is you have to learn staying power. You have to stay in the arena. You have to keep going. And that's what we're going to do. So for all of you joining today, we're going to be locked in on this agentic workflow functionality. And yesterday we cracked it. We made a ton of progress if you guys were watching the stream yesterday. So how this works is, let's actually launch everything on our end. Let's get the repo set up. But also, welcome, guys. It's good to see you guys. Welcome. I'm about to start a poll. Let me get the lo-fi chill music going. Get some Bridge Mind music going. Bridge Music AI. But, you know, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be continuing to make significant functionality, significant progress on this functionality, okay? So we have this agent flow now where really it matches what the whole plan and the goal of ViewCreator is, which is the long-term project where we want to completely automate social media marketing. And it was very interesting to have NS, who's in the chat right now, you know, on the stream on Saturday. And why is that? Why was it so important to have him on the stream? Well, I'll tell you why. What's up, Neek? How's it going? Yep, 3 more days left until 100. Let's go, J35. TR, what's up? Pam said full day ahead, full of high energy. Yeah, we're going to be going crazy because, guys, it's Monday. It's Monday. Let's show up this week. Let's make progress. Let's work together. Let's work together as a community. You guys know how it is, you know? So, you know, the end goal of ViewCreator is we want to completely automate social media marketing, okay? We want to make it so that you can just set up these agents and that they can run automatically for you. And yesterday was the first time that we were actually able to crack this. We were able to set up an agent, and this agent was able to create the content. It was able to ideate and plan the content. It was able to create it, and then it was able to actually schedule and post it to X, Instagram, and Facebook. Okay, so that's a huge deal, right? Pause at you. What's up, man? I am the CEO of Bridge Music. But guys, also one thing that we're also going to be doing is if we can get to 300 likes, we are going to do a cold plunge at 300 likes. We're going for about 6 hours today. So, you know, we started a little bit earlier, and that's the reason we're going to start to do this a little bit more. We're going to start to go for about 6 hours a day. Okay, and we're going to blend in vibe coding with marketing. You guys are going to see it all. And if we can get to 300 likes today, we're going to do a cold plunge, okay? So I'm going to put a poll in here, cold plunge at 300 likes. All right. So cold plunge at 300 likes. Let's get it. Sarah Caffeine, good to see you, man. What's up? Pause at you. I'm doing good. So yeah, so I want to show you guys this big breakthrough that we had. You know, first let me pull up ChatGPT so I can get the database up and running here. So let's go over here. But guys, I mean, I kid you not, we just had breakthrough after breakthrough yesterday. And again, just to reemphasize for those of you joining in, the quote of the day, the phrase of the day is all about staying power, because you know, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're at in life, what you're doing. You either have the staying power or you don't have the staying power. And that says a lot about you. It says a ton about you. And if I look at somebody and I say, hey, is this person going to be a success, right? Well, you don't know if somebody's going to be a success, but I will say that staying power is a significant, what would you want to say? There's a significant correlation between staying power and success. Let me tell you that. It's huge. And if you have the staying power, then it's okay to fail. It's okay to try and fail. If you don't have the staying power and you're going to be somebody that when you fail, you just give up, well, hey, that's kind of your problem, right? You didn't have the staying power. So I have the staying power. This community has the staying power, and we're going to keep pushing forward no matter the results, really. And we have a mission, and we're going to achieve the mission. So that's that. NS said another cold plunge. Let's go. Neek said 7 a.m. here. LOL, haven't slept. Still pull-ups. Let's go, man. Shreex, what's up, man? How's it going? So a couple things, like I'm getting this launched on my end. Let's actually launch Docker too, because I want to show you guys where we actually left off yesterday, because yesterday we made a ton of progress yesterday, guys. Let me get this started. It looks like Redis is now good, so we should be able to be good to run the API here. Also, if you guys saw, our clipping agent is working very, very well in production now. I want to show you guys this as well as we get started, because it's gonna coincide with a couple of things that we're gonna be working on today as well. So we have the AI clipping agent, and check out some of these clips that it produced. So here's 5 clips. These were decent, but like watch this, guys. Watch this one. That promotional video is not it, bro. So you can see people were incredibly negative towards me, and even people. Watch this. Watch the context switch. Business major who doesn't love AI, right? And this guy said, I agree. And they Omar, what's up, man? Let's go. At the time, this bothered me deeply. So you see the context switch? I had put time and effort into making the video. I was looking. So this is a substantial improvement, okay? This is a substantial improvement. And we're going to continue to make it better. Like I shared some clips in chat last night in the Discord, and some people were kind of saying, hey, XYZ. But look, this was Web Dev Cody's video. We clipped Web Dev Cody's video.
What you're looking at right now.
So this is really interesting as well.
This is actually like the future, in my opinion, of agentic coding. This guy has 24 Claude Code instances running, all in separate terminals, modifying a code base, and he actually has it, each one working on different GitHub issues.
So you guys can see that it does a very good job. It does a very good job. So we're at a place where, hey, this is now usable in production, right? Zero Caffeine said insane progress. Let's go. Omar said, I have a startup now. What is the best advice that you give me? Just like I said, have the staying power. We have to have the staying power. And that's why this community is so important. It's like, hey, for the project sharing event yesterday, everybody is in it together. We're all in this together. And that's the importance of the Bridgemind community. And there is a link to the Bridgemind Discord in the chat, as well as in the description below if you guys have not already joined. But check this out. So let's go over to localhost and let's actually launch. And I'm going to show you guys the agentic functionality that we were working on yesterday, because today we're going to change a couple things up and we're going to change things around, and that kind of goes back to my point of like, hey, that's why we work through the weekends, because even though, let's say, we had a couple extra hours of work on the weekend, we made significant progress. Whereas if we didn't work through the weekend, right, if we took days off, then we'd be coming into Monday and we'd be like, I don't really know what I want to work on. I don't really know what I want to do. I left off on Friday. But no, we've been working through the weekend, guys, and we've been grinding and we've been making progress. So today we're going to make significant progress. So check this out. So run agent now, or actually, we can just run it. So this agent, it creates a plan, and then it creates an image, and then it posts it to my X account, my Instagram account, and my Facebook account. And it does this just by clicking run agent, right? But today, something that we're going to be working on is we're going to make it so that literally this agent will wake up and run on its own. So watch this. So it just created this infographic image about vibe coding, right? And now watch this. And there's still issues with this, but look, publish to 3 of 3 platforms. So do you guys see this? And this is why we're talking about this project so much and why this project has so much potential. So check this out. So you see the post, right? And you see the image, unlock the secrets of Instagram growth with vibe coding, right? So there's so many problems with content creation. Ryan Schultz said, love this. Thanks, man. Yusuf said, how are you doing today? By the way, I hit 5,000 on TikTok today and I automated the whole process. That's awesome, man. So check this out. We created this, but we posted and published it to Instagram. Look at this. publish to 3 platforms, and there are issues with this, right? Like, it's like there's not an enum for it, so it's saying write description, but this was actually a publish step. So if we go and let's just launch this in a new tab so I can show you guys what's actually going on behind the scenes here. So let's go back to agents, let's go to this agent, let's click edit, right? And when we click edit, this is what's happening. So this is the agent that we just ran. So start, and the first thing that it does is it plans, and based off of that plan, it then creates an image, and then the last step is to publish, okay? And it publishes it to my X account. So now if I go to the BridgeMind X account, let's just go over to BridgeMind. Let's go to BridgeMind and check this out, guys. Look at this. And we do need to improve it. We need to improve it. We need to improve the metadata. But the big thing that we accomplished yesterday is, guys, we actually got this working. Look, 1 minute ago, here's our post. If I go to Instagram, it's going to be the same thing. We're going to see the post on Instagram right there. Boom. BridgeMind AI 1 minute ago. There's our post. So why are we doing this, right? What is the goal of BridgeMind? What's the goal of View Creator? Why are we building View Creator? What's the purpose, right? Well, I think that, you know, if you guys were watching the NS stream, you know, NS and he's my closest friend, and we go way back into college, right? And when we were in college, we were actually talking about this on stream, but we were talking about just the fact that, you know, when we were in college, we were reflecting a bit because we were like, man, these AI tools, like, if they can just get a little bit better, you know, it'll be so easy to build, right? And we were kind of, you know, being nostalgic on the stream because we were saying, remember when we talked about that? And now it's easier than ever to build. And we were even looking at a couple tools on Saturday where, let's say, like Vibe Code App by Riley Brown, or Create Anything, or Bloom. We were looking at these tools, and I do think that it's possible that there is a next leg up in 2026 where it's going to get even easier to build. And I think that for us, right, as creators, as entrepreneurs, as vibe coders, something that's always asked about is, well, you can create easier than ever before, but how do you actually get your product in front of people? How do you do the marketing, right? And, you know, this weekend, that's what we were talking about. The reason that View Creator exists is because we have one sole goal, one sole mission with View Creator, and that's so that we can completely automate the social media marketing process for people like us, right? That are, let's say, solo entrepreneurs, people that don't have big budgets, people that are vibe coders, not inherently marketing people, but are technical and do understand AI, right? And this is really what the next leg up in terms of social media marketing looks like is, hey, in 2026, we're going to get better image generators, we're going to get better video generators, and tools like this that actually connect to the social media APIs where you can build comprehensive, automated agentic workflows to completely handle the marketing process for you. That's why we're creating View Creator. And one thing that I will say that I wanted to share this morning is that we are not only going to continue to work on View Creator. Once we get View Creator to the point where it is automating social media marketing, we are going to start launching apps. And we could end up using some of these tools like Vibe Code App. We're going to potentially test these in early 2026. But just to give you guys a roadmap, the reason that we're creating View Creator, you know, like I always say, this is the beginning of something that is going to be big, right? BridgeMind is going to be big. This community is going to be big. We're going to prove to people what is possible with AI. And the issue is that, hey, right now, and I even was making a couple posts in my X account, and I'll even just go to them because I think I was, you know, just kind of speaking my mind, right? So here's what I said. What is required is end-to-end agentic automation for social media marketing. This means creating a platform with agentic tooling for content ideation, creation, and posting. Complex, yes. Possible, also yes. So here's what we have to do. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get what we're talking about? Do you guys understand? Oren Dev, what's up? And Ricky, what's up? Monday Grind, guys, let's get it. Super Combo Gamer, let's go. He said, make it so the agent has chat history so it doesn't generate the same or close like images. What I found, Super Combo, is that it does, so that's a good point, but it does have pretty good, like, for example, if we go back to my Instagram, like, let's go to Instagram, right? This was from the same run. So check this out. So this was from the run that we just did. And like I said, like, there right now, there is a limitation in terms of, like, what the actual, like, if we look at this, right? Hey, with you know, there's things that we're going to have to improve, right? But over time, you guys can see that, hey, these are going to get better, okay? These are going to get better, and we're going to be there. Dead of Personal Efficiency said, can you list what models you use? I've been using Opus 4.5, and my cost has skyrocketed, but other models like 5.1 can't edit plans for some reason. Yeah, I mean, Opus 4.5 is the best. I think if you want the best bang for your buck in terms of like, hey, what is actually the best, most affordable, it's going to be Claude Code with like a max plan. Because if I look at my usage, if I go to Claude Code here, you guys can see my usage. So let's launch Claude and let's just do a slash usage. And what you guys are going to see is like, I've used 38% of my plan. It literally resets at 8 p.m. tonight. I pretty much have unlimited AI use with the Claude Max plan. I use it pretty much all day, every day, and it works great. So back to our goals today. We're going to do the agents automation, and then we're also going to work on a content bank today. So let's lower the desk down and start to talk about like, hey, what is this going to look like, right? Well, what I perceive is if we can not only create the agents automation where it's going to be able to create, let's say, a bunch of content as the agent runs, and then we can also make it so that you can schedule agents like, hey, I want this agent to run, and I want it to do this action at 11 p.m. every day, right? And it's able to run this and do it at 11 p.m. every night, right? Where if you create this agent, you're going to be able to automate that content creation process. You know that, hey, this agent is going to wake up and it's going to run and it's going to publish. Like, it's literally going to be able to create the content for you and it's going to be able to publish it for you. So there's a couple things that I've been thinking about personally, just from my perspective of like, hey, what's needed? And one thing that I want to touch on, just share, see what you guys think, is like, hey, you know, with these profiles, right? Profiles are really important. And with profiles, like, let's look at this BridgeMind profile, right? You know, one thing that's missing from our profiles, in my opinion, is like, we need the ability so that when content is being created, like, let's say that you're creating content, right? What's really important in your content? Well, a call to action is really important in your content, because you can make content, but if there's not a good call to action, like, I'll give you one example, is that, you know, over on these clips, right? Like, if I go to the View Creator Clipping Agent and I go to, you know, these clips that I was just showing you guys, and like, hey, let's go over to Clipping Agent, let's go here, right? And it's like, hey, let's go to this one here. So here were 2 clips. That was actually a test one. Which one's better? I think, oh, I guess I have it on my other account. But like, yeah, like, back to these clips, right? So these are clips of me, you know, talking about how we're going to go harder than ever before, right? And I could post these and it would be great. You know, it's content for my, you know, my community and whatever audiences that these platforms are going off on. But one issue that we currently have not kind of like taken into account is like, hey, if we're going to be doing completely automated content scheduling and posting, content creation, you need to think through what is the call to action that's being created, like what metadata and what links are being included, right? It's a huge thing. TR said, do you think Cursor is reliable enough to make a social media app? And I mean reliable as in people's personal information is safe. I mean, that's up to the developer, right? Like, you have to understand what those best practices are and what the things to look out for are, and then you can use Cursor to be able to implement it for you and code it for you. But you need to understand the overarching or the underarching issues related to that. So I do think that it's possible 100%, but you have to understand what you're doing. J35 said that, by the way, Z image turbo image LoRa is now on FAL, and you can also train it and fine tune it on FAL with your own images. That's awesome. So let's go here, and I want to talk about like, hey, just this context of a content bank, but we also need to go back over to our agent here and think about, hey, how can we actually get these agents running automatically, right? Like, this is big. So here was the plan that we had, but one thing that I want to do is I want to open up our entities here, and I actually want to take a look at, hey, let's look at the agent entity and how are we doing scheduling, right? Well, it's right here. It's in this schedule config row, this column, schedule config column here. It's a JSON-B is the type of the column that it is, and we're gonna have to look at it. Tommy Waldron said, is SaaS oversaturated? I think it is in some ways. You know, hey, if you make a goal app, right, or a productivity app, you know, hey, there's a ton of productivity apps. It really is like, and this, what we're talking about is it comes down to marketing, right? Is that marketing is like 70% of the battle. But also, guys, we're going to be doing a cold plunge today at 300 likes. We're going to be going for about 6 hours today. So if we can get to 300 likes, we are going to do a cold plunge. Right now, we're at 31. I see we have 84 people watching. So, yeah, if you haven't already liked the stream, subscribe. Make sure you do so. Okay, so publish. So publishing is enabled, so you can do immediate or scheduled or draft. So if we go back to like our agent creation process, Slip Z said, when is this going to get released roughly? I mean, we're already like, we're kind of like in like an open beta. So we have like 1,200 users, and you know, we just ship features as they work. We have, you know, all of our pipelines built. So watch this new create agent process. So check this out, guys. So we used to have it where when you clicked create agent, you were just immediately shoved into like this agentic workflow where when you created it, you know, you have like, and you guys will see it in a second, but now it has a couple steps that it's like, hey, what type of content will this agent create, right? That's very, very important. So you have the option of a single image, a multi-image like a carousel, a short video, a long video, or text only. Okay, so for example, if I do text only, and then when I go to the next step, it's like, okay, text only post can be published to X, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Okay, Linux, what's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, let me drop the Discord in here. If you guys have not already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. It's a community of over 1,200 vibe coders and builders. I think that we actually are going to be passing, aren't we going to pass? We're going to pass 1,300 today. So I do need to update. But yeah, we're at 1,283. So I'm going to pin this. But shout out to Linux thing. I'm going to pin this. Okay. So now you select, okay, what do you want to publish to, right? So we can do X, and then we can like, this is the actual account because I have this account connected. And then here, the last step, this is where you actually like are able to say, okay, when I can either run this agent and it's gonna like do it immediately, right? Or the publish could be like, hey, scheduled at, you know, you can do a recurring schedule. But this is where like you can say like run this agent automatically on a schedule, right? This is what we're talking about. This is what's really important, is that we need to figure out a scheduling system. And I think we've got this. I think we can do it because there's not that much of a difference. We already have BullMQ, we already have Redis, we already have this architecture in our project. So we can just set up a BullMQ system where, you know, you have these agent jobs that are gonna be in the queue and they're gonna run automatically based on the scheduled time, okay? So that's what we're looking at. And we just had a couple members join the Discord. Big shout out to Unnamed and Moody Jim. Welcome to the community, guys, because that's what the BridgeMind community is. It's a community. That's what we're trying to build here. So let me do a couple things. I want to first, like, just styling wise, a little bit unnecessary on the modal length here, the modal size. So I'm going to use Gemini 3 Pro for this, and this is the best model for UI, but I can go to agents here, and then I will click, let's go to, there's a lot that we're going to work on a lot today. We're going to be working on a lot of different things. So let's go to agents. This just needs to be a little bit more like compact. This modal, hold up, Whisper Flow. Whisper Flow's been doing that a little bit more lately. Have you guys noticed that? Where like I have to force quit it and reopen it. I don't know what they're doing. Oh well. All right, guys. Carter, what's up, man? How's it going? NGO, what's up? Welcome. Cloud MSCR. Oh, also, big shout out to Cloud MCSR. He had some really interesting things to say yesterday. I always, just so you guys know, like, and I think you guys can tell, but it's like, hey, a lot of you guys are just like super, super helpful, and I just want to, you know, give you guys a shout out. You know, I really appreciate it when you guys share feedback, information, because I'm learning from you, you know, just as much as you guys are potentially learning from me, you know, and that's the great part about this community. So let's see here. Okay, so we're going to launch Whisper Flow. And then I just want to make this agent builder a little bit more compact. Would you make this agent builder just a little bit more compact? Also, the scheduling step on step number 4 is a little bit confusing. Please restyle it. Make the end user understand that when they're scheduling, they can set it up so that the agent will run at a scheduled time. Review this in depth and just make sure the UI makes sense to the end user. Colin, what's up, man? How's it going? Carter said, what's up, Bridge? How you doing? I'm doing good, Carter. How are you, man? Also, Carter, how are you doing, man? And Ricky said Whisperflow has been giving me a memory leak like once per day. Yeah. So we'll see this. And then another thing that I want to do is I do want to launch, like I just had this Claude agent here. I had it kind of do just an in-depth review. So what I want to do is I want to have it do a complete in-depth review of the scheduling system for the agent. That's the next feature that we are going to be working on. So for example, we want to enable users the ability to schedule these agents to run at a particular time. So that means that, hey, if I was building an agent, I would want to be able to say, schedule this agent to run at this particular time. Review this in depth. Do we currently have this functionality? If so, output a clean diagram for me to understand completely. Carter's doing good. Let's go, Carter. Root Mike said, good progress. What is your Claude usage? Claude usage, you guys can check it out. It's right here. And this is one thing that I will say. It's like, hey, obviously, you guys know I'm a huge Cursor fan. I am a huge Cursor fan. But the problem with Cursor, and I'll even show you guys right now. Oh, actually, also, what do you guys think? I'm really curious as to what you guys will think about this. I probably need to start to create a little bit like more YouTube videos if we want to grow the community. What I'm going to have to start doing, and moderators' opinions on this would be very valuable as well. But I need to start creating like content in the streams that I can then repurpose to then post like on YouTube, because that like is going to get, it's like different for the algorithm. So what I need to do is like in this stream, I'm actually going to be breaking down all of my expenses for vibe coding and like the different subscriptions that I have and the different tools that I use. And I'm just going to make maybe like a 10 to 15 to 20 minute video on it. And then that'll go live maybe later this afternoon or like tomorrow, not sure. But we need to start doing that, because like one thing that I will say, and like you guys are kind of learning, like just I'm sharing with you guys how I think and like some of these thought processes, right? So you guys know like, hey, staying power, yesterday we were talking about 100 on 100 and just this concept of like, hey, you know, when you're trying to make progress, when you're really trying to improve and you're trying to move forward in life, you need this idea that if you stack 100 days on 100 days, like 1 unit is 100 days, right? And we're almost at that 1 unit of time, right? And 100 days ago when I started this series, you know, I had nothing to my name, right? And you could say that, hey, you know, view creator revenue isn't like going through the roof, right? But what are we going to accomplish in the next 100 days, where if you look at it through that perspective, through that lens, and you have the staying power and the ability to look at something and you say, okay, I need to have the staying power and I need to look at this not day to day, but 100 days to 100 days. If I can't accomplish much in 100 days, then maybe I'm in the wrong space. Maybe I'm at the wrong table. But if I can accomplish like significant amount of things in that 100-day period, then maybe I'm in the right place. Maybe I'm at the right table, right? And I think that we're at the right place. I think that we're at the right table. We're about to hit day 100, and all I see that as is that's 1 unit, right? That's 1 unit of time. That's one 100-day period. That is nothing, right? And what I'm looking forward to is I'm looking forward to the next 100 days, right? Because that's the next unit of time. So let me see the chat. Carter said, good, thanks for asking. Richard Bros said, which tool do you use for Talk to Agent? I use Whisperflow. It's great. Internet said, facts, love the content. Colin said, great idea. Internet said, Clip Farm, yeah, 100%. Super Combo Gamer said, a little busy, but how's the grind going? It's going good, Super Combo. Hope you're doing well. Imperium said, most of them are doing the same. They're using clips from the stream. As far as I saw, it's good. Let's go, Imperium. And Ricky said, should designate like a 10 to 15 minute part of the stream for YouTube. In the chess YouTube scene, live streamers will do a game review and clip that for YouTube. Really efficient. Yeah, that's what we're going to start doing. Shout out to Enrique. We're going to start doing that. Virgin said, do you already pay for hosting like Vercel Pro or Superbase Pro? Yeah, so right now I use AWS for everything. And then I also get free credits from AWS. So, you know, whereas that will not, you know, AWS is expensive, right? But they do give you startup credits. So it is nice in that sense, right? But that is going to change. But you can see that Gemini Pro, like what it did here is it's like, hey, we're going to make this a little bit easier for you to, you know, post, right? And I can see that, okay, that's pretty decent. It did do that. And look at this. So you can do save as draft, publish now, agent schedule, run once, run the agent immediately after creation. But that's not really what we're trying to do. Like this is confused. This is not understanding what I want. V1 Ruz says, yo, back on the grind. Let's go, V1. Yeah, we're going to be going for 6 hours today. So I was mentioning this yesterday, but guys, we're going to start going a lot harder. And like, why is that? Why are we going a lot harder? Why are the streams going to be longer? Well, like I said, staying power, 100 days on 100 days. If we want to be successful, if we want to take this to the next level, you're constantly going to have to be iterating. You're constantly going to have to be improving. Like, if I just sit here and I'm content, right? And I'm content and I'm like, I built View Creator. I'm at $1,800 in revenue. I have 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Well, guess what? Do you know how fast this community would blow up if I got content? If I just was like, I'm just content, I'm going to take a bunch of sponsors, monetize the YouTube, it would just fall off so fast. And that's not what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going harder than ever. And you guys know that. You guys know what we're about. And if you guys watch this channel, it is a no BS vibe coding channel. There's just so many content creators in this space that are just like, they're just, you'll watch it and you're like, this video is just an ad. You're like, this video is just an ad for like Factory or, all these different AI tools, because the influencers, a lot of them are just sellouts, right? And that's not my goal here. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to prove what's possible. You guys know that. I'm trying to build a community. You guys know that. There's just so many important things that we're trying to accomplish. And this is only the beginning. We're only at 10,000 subscribers. We're going to be over 100,000 in no time, guys. And we're going to keep waking up and going as hard as we can every single day. And this is what I'm doing, and I'm sharing it with you guys publicly, but I hope that you guys are working and you guys are doing something similar, right? Because it's important, guys. We have to move forward as a community. The AI revolution is only going to happen once, right? Okay, so look at this. So you can see here the agent schedule processor is incomplete. So we're going to have to take a look at this. So for those of you guys that are just tuning in, what we're doing today is we are going to be working on our agentic functionality. And like, hey, this is a little bit confusing where it's like run the agent immediately after creation. That's not really like, I don't like this publish action. Like, what even is this? This is I don't like this. This should be something more like, oh, W. Dan's in the chat. What's up, W. Dan? He said that GLM 4.6 feels good. Can confirm visual intelligence is improved. Do they actually have visual intelligence now on GLM 4.6? W. Dan in the chat. Okay, so this here, let's see. UI, front end, API, queues, Redis, agent processor. So this is just a little bit confusing, and I wanna fix this confusing part. So, publishing action, okay. The publishing action is just a little bit confusing. It literally says save as draft, review before publishing, and then publish now, post immediately. I just don't like this logic. Publishing action should not even really be a thing. For example, that should not be in the onboarding. Like, users should be able to, when they click create agent, they should have the option at the top. It should be save as draft or to just create, and it should respectively correspond with the status of that agent, not in this section here when they're on step 4, when they're initially creating the agent. What we should have on step 4 is a question of whether they want to build an agent that is going to run on a schedule or create an agent that they can run manually. That is what's important. Review the database entities and tell me if we have the structure to implement this respectively, because it's just a little bit confusing in the UI. All right, guys, so that's what we're doing. So we're going to drop that in. We're going to drop in all the entities just so it has a complete understanding, and then also all the enums just for context engineering there. And we are using Gemini 3 Pro for this. Okay, Danny said 4.6V. Yes, that's a thing. 4.6V. Is that new? Let's go to OpenRouter. Okay, so just for anybody that's watching, W. Dan is like super legit. Yeah. Okay, wow. All right, so W. Dan was right. So check this out, guys. So these are models for December 2025. So this looks like, is this a new model? Oh, wow. Yeah, so this is GLM 4.6. So this is a new model that got released today. So GLM 4.6V, so I'm assuming that the V stands for like, yeah. So it's designed for high fidelity visual understanding and long context reasoning across images, documents, and mixed media. It supports up to 128,000 tokens, processes complex page layouts and charts directly as visual inputs, and integrates native multimodal function calling to connect perception with downstream tool execution. The model also enables interleaved image, text generation, and UI reconstruction workflows, including screenshot to HTML synthesis and iterative visual editing. Okay, so yeah, so Imperium said this is so cheap. And one thing about WDan, he's a mod in our community. He is like what I would refer to as certified. He's legit. So you can see here, so 131,000 context, 30 cents per million, 90 cents per million on the output. Do you guys want to see me try this? Dan said definitely a fit for View Creator. Yeah. Imperium said we need to give a try for this. Yeah. Slip said, if I want to just get my first app shipped on the App Store, what is a good idea to do to get myself experienced? Well, one thing I would say is definitely use Expo. Expo makes it very easy. It's a very good framework. It's almost like Next.js, but for mobile apps. Like, it's a framework, and it's a... I mean, is that the best way to describe it? Like, Expo is a... I mean, what's the best way to define... What is the best way to define the Expo framework for app building? Yeah, in React Native. So Expo, like, let's see. So Expo, not interested. Expo is an open source framework and platform that provides a set of tools and services built around React Native, aiming to simplify and accelerate the development of universal React Native applications for Android, iOS, and the web. Okay, so you guys get that? The light mode. Yeah, the context window, Aaron said that the context window is quite low. So 131,000 context, that is low. Let's see what this agent is doing here. So this agent's still working. Okay, interesting. Super Combo Gamer says that he can't wait for Gemini 3 Flash to come out. Carter Soar said, will Cursor add GLM 4.6? Well, Carter, the thing is like, hey, Cursor doesn't really need to add GLM 4.6. Let's actually, you know what we should do, guys? I think we should make a YouTube video on this right now. So if you guys are watching, we're going to vibe code with the new GLM 4.6 model, and I'm going to make a YouTube video real quick. And we'll just do, like, this is something that I already mentioned a little bit, but let's move the desk up and let's just make a YouTube video, because one thing, like, hey, if we want to grow this community, if we want the BridgeMind mission to get bigger, if we want to get bigger, we're going to have to start to make like YouTube videos on the stream that I can then repurpose and publish, so that people that are interested in that specific subject can watch the video and don't have to necessarily comb through a massive stream. So let's make a video where we're going to be vibe coding with this new GLM 4.6 model, and we're going to test it on an actual piece of functionality here. The question is, what should that functionality be? What do you guys think? Neek said that Composer 2 will probably be updated with GLM 4.6V. Yeah, probably. So let's just like kind of pinpoint, like, hey, let's do a quick sprint and figure out like one thing that we want to do with this GLM 4.6 model. Like, do you guys want to do back-end development? Do you guys want to do front-end development? What do you guys actually want to do? What do you want to see? Because I'm going to make a YouTube video. I'll tell you guys when I'm about to start recording, but we're going to use this new GLM 4.6 model, and I'll just we'll make it for YouTube. I'll let you guys know when I start recording. But what do you guys think? What should we test it on? Because we can do UI, we can do backend, but I feel like, you know, if it is a vision model, one thing that would be very, very interesting to test is if it, like on UI, just since it's vision, I feel like we should test it on UI to see how good it can actually make the UI. But one thing that I want to do, let's actually like test this model, and in order to set this up inside of Cursor, and maybe we should even put this in the video, I just want to make sure that, you know, I have this set up in a way that we can do it. But if I go to API keys here, I can do this, and then, yeah, so this is the OpenAI key here, and I can just kind of toggle, so I can do enable OpenAI key, right? API key, and then, so we're going to do this. Imperium said backend on the flow diagram, backend. So you guys want to see backend development? Okay. Okay, we can do that. Let's do both. We'll give it, since we're using Cursor, we can use it on two. And then one thing that is nice, okay, and we'll talk about it in the video, but the price, we'll do a little bit of a price breakdown, but that price looked attractive, not going to lie. Dan said that I think it's a great fit in line with Nano Banana for some of your iterative image gen. Yeah, it's released, George. Over 1,000 users. Cloud said announced this model just came out. Describe it's by this company which has done this and this. It's been this model, this, try this. Yeah. Jesse Pinkman's in the chat. What's up, Jesse? Jesse, we're about to make a YouTube video on this new GLM 4.6 model. So honestly, you guys know me, I'm pretty authentic, and I'm not really like a content creator. I just do my best to just, stream what I'm thinking and not really give too much about it. A lot of content creators, I think, do like scripts and stuff. I'm not really about that. Data personal efficiencies. Let's do some push-ups and pull-ups before we get started on the YouTube video, guys. That'll give us some energy. Let's go. Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups. Let's go. Let's go. Dang, those are getting easier, guys. Easier and easier every day. W's in the chat. Hey, NS is here. What's up? All right. Let's go, chat. All right, then water. All right, I can barely breathe, so. All right, just as a reminder, if we can get to 300 likes, I am going to be doing a cold plunge on stream. I'm going to be going for about 6 hours in this stream, so we've got some time. But right now we only have 55 likes, guys. You guys got to like it up. 108 people watching, only 55. Come on, what's up? All right, who even made this? Is a ZAI, right? All right, who made this model? Just so I can talk about it a little bit. It's a GLM model. Sorry, I'm not a big open source person, so. Okay, ZAI, okay. So this is a Chinese model. Geez, the Chinese models are cheap. NS said easier every day, Bridge, let's go. All right. All right, so I'm gonna turn the music off, or I'm gonna turn it down. What do you guys want? We can turn the music down a little bit, just because this is gonna be a YouTube video. I'll turn it down like here. Okay. Well, let's just get into it. Let's use it, guys. Let's do it. All right, guys, say what's up to YouTube. We're gonna give the new GLM 4.6 V model a test, and this is gonna go on YouTube. So let's drop some W's in the chat. Let's get it. Shout out to W Dan. In this video, we're gonna be trying the new GLM 4.6 V model that got released today, and I'm gonna be using it and testing it on real production code for a project that I've been working on called viewcreator.ai. And we're looking at the model right now inside of OpenRouter. I'm gonna show you how you can integrate this model inside of Cursor, and then we're actually gonna be testing the model. But just like right off the bat, a couple things that you should know about this model is it's made by ZAI, which is a Chinese company, formerly known as Zipu. And GLM 4.6 is a large-scale multimodal vision language model which features enhanced visual understanding in a large context window, which I don't know about that, since the context window is only 131,000, which is not that big. But you can see that in terms of like just the the cost here, 30 cents per million input, 90 cents per million on the output. OpenRouter here says that GLM 4.6V is a large multimodal model designed for high fidelity visual understanding and long context reasoning across images, documents, and mixed media. It supports up to 128,000 tokens, processes complex page layouts and charts directly as visual inputs, and integrates native multimodal function calling to connect perception with downstream tool execution. The model also enables interleaved image, text generation, and UI reconstruction workflows, including screenshot to HTML synthesis and iterative visual editing. Okay, so very interesting model. As you guys know, like GLM 4.6 was a very popular model, so this has enhanced visual understanding. If you guys are familiar with the original GLM 4.6 model, you'll know that, hey, this was a model that it did not take in images. So they did kind of make this better because, hey, now you can put images in it. So we'll see. We're going to test it on both back-end and front-end tasks. But how you integrate this inside of Cursor, if you use Cursor, is you just need an OpenRouter key. You put in this, you can override the base URL here, which, is this correct? I may need to change this. Does anybody know? Because we use this for a, we must use this for a different model or something. But let's actually see. Doesn't this need the open router model, guys? Because I am live on stream right now. Let's test this. Let's test this. I actually think that this may not work, but this is like part of the process. If you guys want to learn how to hook it up, so let's just say hello there. And I don't think that this is going to work. Let's see. Starting a conversation. Playing next moves. Yeah. So bad API key. So how you actually get that? Can somebody in the chat drop in the endpoint for the URL that I need for this? So what we're going to do is we actually have to go over to OpenRouter and we have to hook up our OpenRouter API key. And then we're going to have to override the OpenAI base URL with the URL to OpenRouter. That's how you connect with OpenRouter models inside of Cursor. So I just grabbed my API key here from Cursor. So create API key. All right, I do have an API key. So I'm now going to put that API key inside of Cursor. I'm going to input it. So here it is. Just dropped it in. Do it again. So that's now in. But now we actually need the OpenRouter endpoint, and we need to toggle that on. Let me open up chat to see if somebody was able to drop that in. WDan, knew I could count on him. Let's go. So WDN just dropped in the endpoint for OpenRouter. So in order to connect to that, you need not only to enter an API key there, but you also need to put in the OpenRouter URL to connect to their API. So now let's test this again. Let's open up another conversation and say hello. This should work. I expect this to work. Invalid URL again. We encountered an issue when using your API key. Provider was unable to process your request. What's the issue here? Oh, Danny says it isn't available. Okay, interesting. May not be available. Is this model not available right now? Okay, so this model just hit OpenRouter 60 minutes ago, so we may need to try this again later. It doesn't look like it's available. Sorry, that's on my bad. We can make the YouTube video later. Looks like it's not available. That's all right though. Maybe later in the stream we'll be able to try it. But if you guys are watching, you guys get the gist of it. I'll make a video on it, but looks like that's unavailable for now. We can make the video later. So let's get back to what we were working on, which is our agent builder. So let's go over here. So what did Gemini do? We wanted to make it a little bit simpler for this process. Create agent, Instagram. So now you guys can see we needed to make it, okay, Dan said that he's using on z.ai directly. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Dan. Neek said, can you try for free on their website web version with image recognition, processing, search, and smart comparison? Let's wait for it to get an OpenRouter. I don't want to have to like go over there on stream and like set up an account. I think that we'll be able to get it. Yeah, womp, womp, womp. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so we can run this once, run manually, or trigger immediately, or we can do run on an automated schedule. So do you guys see this? So here, the frequency, the only thing about this is, first of all, I hate this. I do not like this this structure. Neek said you don't need an account, just homepage. Let's wait on it. Let's work on this. It should be available in OpenRouter before the stream's over, so we can do that later in the stream. Frequency daily. So right now, how it works is when you're setting up, like for example, oh, okay. So you can do daily or you can do weekly, and then you just select day of the week. But you should also be able to have it run like every day if you wanted it to, or like only on certain days. Interesting. Okay, so let's try this again. All right, so let's go over here, and this Opus agent is probably going to be able to do this a little bit better. So I'm going to drop in, just for context, I'm going to drop in the View Creator UI, and I'm going to drop in the URL of this, and we're going to go here, and I'm now going to drop in the URL, and I'm going to say, review this in complete depth. What I need you to do is I need you to do an evaluation on the recurring schedule. And I probably need you to change up the database entity a little bit in the structure of that, because what we want to do is we want to create the ability for users to be able to schedule these agents to run at particular times. And the options that I want to include are a daily option where the user would literally be able to set a time of day that they want this agent to run. but they also needs to be the ability for that agent to be able to run multiple times in one day. Do you understand what I mean? So you could set daily, but then there could also be additional times inside of that day that it would run. So for example, maybe it runs at 11 a.m. and then maybe it runs at 10 p.m. or maybe it runs at 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. on the same day every day. Or the user could make it so that it runs on specific days of the week at certain times. This needs to be like fully flexible. And I think right now, the approach that we've taken where we've built in the scheduling system inside of the agent entity is good, but I think we're going to need to build a little bit more of a thorough and flexible approach that is not in like a JSON B column. I think that this is going to need to be actual child entities. Like this is going to need to have its own database tables where this information resides. So do a complete deep dive on all of our database entities and come back with potential entities that we could add and how we would update the agent entity so that we could build in thorough, complex, and a well-working scheduling system for our agent functionality. Okay. All right, that was a lot, but that was Whisperflow, and that's just what's on my mind. So that's what I'm trying to build. So Ultra Think here, and then as context, it's going to be very, very helpful if I go to like the View Creator API, and then also drop in, if I go to Source, and then I think it's in Entities right here. So Entities, and this is, this is context engineering, guys. So, hey, if you're working on something, you want to make sure that you're dropping in make sure you look at these, right? And, just so you guys know, when you're dropping in these things, you're not like dropping in all of the context, right? Like it's going to be able to, like some people say like, oh, whoa, you just use a bunch of context, like, right? Like what about the docs? Like what about all these things? Like I think that, yes, there are certain things that you can do that are going to help. Trying to use Playwright. I didn't really want it to use. Don't use Playwright. Just look at the code on the page. That's one thing that's like, hey, like I don't need you to, I didn't ask you to do the styling. Like why are you opening up Playwright, And then now, I hope that this isn't affected here, that original prompt. Dreamboy, what's up, man? Okay, they do say that on z.ai. So if I go to ZAI, is it literally Z? Okay, so z.ai, so while this agent's running, okay, so shout out to Neek. So Neek said, hey, the GLM 4.6V, so here it is, GLM 4.6V. It is available on their homepage of ZAI. So visual recognition, OCR scan, visual report, video understanding. Oh, wow, video understanding? Whoa. All right, so I can drop a video in here. Here, let's try this. This would be really interesting. So let's go like here. And let's just drop in. Let's just drop in a video, right? So I can go to manage videos. And so Dan said that one thing I've been doing when context engineering is also intentionally disabling MCP servers and tools to not pollute the window. That's a good point. Okay, wait, what's going on here? Okay, so it says that summary scheduling agent builder, so backend execution is broken, which is fine. We wouldn't even try to build it. So agent entity, so scheduling support, so stores, okay. The UI is complete and well designed. Okay, what the heck? So this is the issue, is that our initial prompt here definitely got polluted. Okay, hold on, let's try this again. So the nice thing about Whisperflow, and I'm not sponsored by them or sponsored by anybody. I don't take sponsorships, but I can actually go back and copy my transcript. So you guys remember when I gave that long prompt? I gave that big prompt. Well, it's right here, and I can copy it and paste it back in. So it's nice because it's like, hey, I said that, and I didn't lose it, right? Which is really nice. So I'm going to drop that in again. Dan said it has a 200 MB limit. Okay, interesting. NS said that, he said that video may require account, but you can sign in with GitHub. Oh, gotcha. 200 MB limit. Dreamboy said, hey bro, I'm 17 and I want to learn vibe coding. Any tips on how to start? The best tip that I can give you on how to start is to start. building. That's it. Like, all you have to do, get Cursor, get Claude Code. It's about $20 a month. I would recommend, I mean, Cursor is the best IDE. Mohammed just asked, what IDE are you using? I'm using Cursor. But for the best bang for your buck, like, if you have a Claude Code plan, you're going to get a lot of usage out of that. And it's the best AI. You know, I was actually kind of flaming Sam Altman on X last night. I don't know if you saw it or not, but, you know, pretty much what I was telling him is, hey, I thought that you were, you guys get a kick out of this. I was telling him, I said, hey, I don't know if you knew this, but when you get a model version, it's actually supposed to make it better. Look at this. So I said, I thought the model was supposed to be better when you release a new version. I add Sam Altman. And, but like, you do look at this, the web dev, and it's like, hey, they released that GPT 5.1 and it performs worse than GPT 5 on the leaderboards, which is like, hey, what does that even say? Like, why did they drop GPT 5.1? Apparently, if you guys didn't know this, they're dropping GPT 5.2 tomorrow. GPT 5.2 is getting released tomorrow. And I'm very interested to see, like, hey, is it actually going to be a better model? I don't know. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if it is. That's for sure. Dan said that depends on your workflow. In my opinion, resources like Notion and Supabase are situationally critical for my work. What did Nick actually say? He said, honestly, all MCP does is just... all the MCPs that you need is just Exa, Ref. Those grab accurate docs. You need no context rot. Only 2 I use. Don't need anything else. Nick, I think you watched... I think you're watching... What's his name? Ray Fernando. I know you watched his vid. That guy's like a walking ad. All right, so we have create. All right, so it's going to do agent schedule, which is a new schedule entity. Agent schedule slot, which is a new time slot entity, which is good. You're kind of seeing that's kind of going to be better scalability wise. NS said the next downgrade might just use 4.0 again at this point. Yeah, 100%. Root Mike said, do you think OpenAI will come up with a better model than Opus 4.5? Honestly, I think they'll get close. I don't think that they're going to beat them. I would be surprised if they had a model that they were sitting on. I mean, we'll see. All right. The proposed design gives you a fully relational, queryable, and flexible. Okay. Can you actually create these entities? Don't update the code base, but just output them in chat so I can look at them in a tabular structure. Yeah, I'll take a look at them, Neek. Yeah, no, I know. I was just joking, Neek. But I'm right. Am I right, though? All right, 72 likes. We got 103 people watching. Guys, do you guys want to see the cold plunge or not? 71 likes. If we get to 300 likes, we're going to do a cold plunge. And I think we can get there because I'm going to be going for 6 hours today. So, 300 likes, cold plunge. We'll see. Oh, whoa. Super Combo said that the Polymarket odds for OpenAI releasing a model tomorrow dropped to 5% and the date moved to December 13th. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, Dan. All right, so here's our table that it's saying that we should build. So let's kind of look at this because this is the most important part, right? So I just want to like look at this like, hey, what is it talking about creating, right? So here's the index. So we have agent schedules. All right, so here are the different enums. So schedule type. So you're going to have daily, weekly, and then custom. Cron-like patterns. Oh, Imperium said, I think we need to add on-screen 300 likes equals cold plunge. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. I like your thinking, Imperium. All right, where do you guys want it? Up here? Tell me if that's good. Above face cam? Okay. Oh, oops. I mean, it's kind of, my files are in the way, but. Can I give this like a background? All right, I think you guys can see that. If I go here, it will, yeah. All right, like the video, guys. All right, so scenario A, so you have ID, agent ID, schedule type, which is an enum, time zone. I mean, there should be no need for a time zone entity, because or a time zone column, because add a black background. I mean, I kind of put the Claude code there, but like if we look at this, right, the issue that I have is that there's no need for there to be a time zone, because everything that's inside of the database is going to be in GMT. Or UTC. It's going to be in UTC. So, let's go J35. So, the issue that I have with this is that it's not thinking. So this is why it's like, hey, you got to catch these things. So I'm going to explain this now. The issue that I have with that is that, hey, I don't want to have to manage time zones. The only place that I want to manage time zones at is when it actually does the conversion. So for example, like if somebody is submitting a time that they want the agent to run at, they should also be submitting the time zone, and it should like on the front end, it should pull it off of their computer, right? It should pull it from their browser, and then in the DTO, it should accept that in the DTO. But I don't want that inside of the database. I mean, we could put it in the database, but there's not really a need for it because it's going to be in UTC regardless. So. Okay, I have an issue with your proposed structure. The issue that I have is that right now you're proposing putting a time zone column here, and I don't want there to be a time zone column, because really what should be happening is on the front end, when users are setting the time that they want to run it at, yes, it's going to pull the time zone off their local browser. So for example, if I'm on, let's say, Indianapolis time zone, right? First of all, we do want to use IANA, and what we want to do is we want on the front end, when they're setting the time zone, we want to pull it off of their browser, and we want to show them what time zone it's going to use, right? They can change this custom, but for them, it'll default to their local time. They can change this in the front end, but that means that in the API inside of the DTO, it will need to accept the time zone, but the conversion needs to happen in the API when the schedule is being created, instead of actually putting that in the database. All time in the database is going to be in UTC. We need to handle the conversion inside the service when the schedule is being created. Think in depth about this and then propose a new structure to simplify the time zone process. All right, do you guys get what I'm saying? Time zone is tricky, but not really. I've worked on way more complex time zone issues than this one. Once you deal with time zones for a bit, time zones were big when I was working at Bright Choice. Time zones were a big issue, especially when I didn't understand them. But honestly, they're not that tricky. Like once you understand, hey, IANA, time zones are what if the user logs into his account from a different country? When should the agent fire? See, that's the thing, is that it's all, and this is the thing, like with time zones, it's all stored in the database as UTC, okay? It's all in the database as UTC. So the conversion happens when the schedule is being created. So, for example, inside of the DTO, when you're submitting the request to create that agent with that schedule, right? That's when the time zone is submitted, because on your computer, right? And this, I learned this at Bright Choice, is like, let's say that you're scheduling an appointment for a therapy session, right? Well, you go in, and you're like, all right, I want to schedule a therapy session at 2 p.m. today, right? And you obviously, when you're creating, like when the user's on their computer, you want to pull in their local time automatically from their browser, right? That's very simple, right? To just pull it from their browser. And then give them the opportunity to also set a different time if they want to, but you give the user that opportunity to set it on their end, and then in the database, everything is kept as UTC, everything, right? So what you end up doing is that when that that transfer is, like when you're actually creating that schedule, right? And this is what we just instructed, you can see it in the prompt, but the processing of this is going to happen at the service level when it's creating that row in the database, right? It's going to actually be able to take in the time zone in IANA format, and then it's going to be able to do the conversion of the time that they requested, and then it's going into the database as UTC. It's never in the database. We do not want anything going into the database that's not UTC. So here is the new final ending. So you have agent schedules and then agent schedule slots, which I like this approach. I do like this approach. Yash said, quick question, are you an actual software dev like you've studied and just vibe coding now, or just testing the extent of vibe coding? Yeah, so I answer this question a lot, but if you're new, I'm happy to I've been in software development. I started coding when I was a teenager, got really into it when I was in college, and I got lucky because I started getting really into software development at the time that the AI tools were actually taking off. So when I initially learned, I had to go through Codecademy and learn how to program manually, and I have hundreds of certifications in Codecademy. That's how I learned. I went to school for finance, so I'm completely self-taught. And this is good. Timestamp TZ. That's good. UTC. You guys can see that. So now we have agent ID, user ID, schedule type, daily or weekly is enabled. This is going to be the master switch. Next run at, which that's fine. Yeah, that's going to be helpful. Total runs trigger. That's helpful. And then the agent slots. This is important. J35 said, how about in brand profiles, I can have the option to select time zone for that brand, because as a social media manager, I might be managing multiple brands across the world with different time zones. I think that that's going to be done when the user is actually creating it, like when they're on their end, right? That's when you want to, when you're creating the agent, that's when you want to set the scheduled time. I think that's the best thing to do. You don't want to set, I'd like to stay away from setting concrete time zones, because those are things that are going to change. So like you want to kind of stay away from having the user set their time zone manually ever. Like that's just my approach. With Bright Choice, we had the option for users to set their time zone. But honestly, what sometimes ends up being better is just having kind of a reflexive approach. And in this case, that definitely is the best approach. So here now we have agent schedule slots. So ID, so this is gonna, it has a reference back to schedule ID, day of the week. So this is going to be null, which is going to be daily, or 0 to 6 for the weekly. That makes sense. Time in UTC. So this is going to be the time that's going to run in UTC. Is enabled is a Boolean. Label, text, this is optional. Last triggered at, that's fine. Trigger count. Oh. So, what is DST drift? What is that? All right, what is that? DST drift? That's interesting. Okay, DST drift. What is that? So, so you're in Indianapolis and you set your agent run to run at 9 a.m. locally time every day. At the moment you create this schedule, it's December, so Indianapolis is on EST. Hold on, let me get back to. So Indianapolis is on DST. Is on EST, which is UTC -5. Your local time and IAM convert it to UTC, and then the agent runs at 1400 UTC every time. Then March comes. In March, clock spring forward for daylight savings times. Indianapolis switches from EST UTC -5 to EDT UTC -4. So now there's a problem. So database still has 1400 UTC. So it's saying, yeah, I mean, it's just talking about it drifted. Okay, yeah. So this is why people are saying, hey, let me think. It has been a while. I mean, I think Well, this is only a problem where, so for example, like one thing that we haven't addressed is, let's say that they're running the agent weekly, right? Like let's say that they're doing it weekly. Well, I don't want to have to create like infinite rows. Do you see what I mean? Let's say they do a weekly agent, or let's say they do a daily agent. We're not going to create infinite like jobs for the next year based off of this agent. That would be excessive. We probably need to think through some type of logic behind how many rows inside of these tables for agent schedule slots and agent schedules that we're actually creating based off of when that's created. So for example, I don't want, when I set a daily schedule, to just create infinite amounts of rows or 365 rows in that database just because I set a daily schedule. I think that we need to have it where there is some type of job where every week it creates. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand that we don't need to create infinite? Like, this is an issue only if we actually create rows in the database that are up to a year or 6 months. Like, I don't even think that's needed. When users create these schedules, maybe it should just cover the next week, and then maybe we have a job that runs, that's a cron job every night or every week, that's able to look at the schedules and then be able to create the time slots for the coming week or the coming day. We need to think through that approach. Do you understand what I'm saying? Please create a diagram for this. So this is an interesting issue, right? And I think what I'm getting at here is Sharvesh, the code base is really big. So what I'm trying to get at is, hey, this is only a problem if, like, when you're creating this schedule, like, yes, this is a known issue because, hey, it does spring forward and then it also rewinds back. So, what we need to think of is, hey, how many jobs are we going to create when users actually set that initial schedule, right? That's something that needs to be addressed. Gormongo said, have you been having issues using Gemini 3 Pro through Cursor? I feel like half the time I use it fails in some infinite loop. All other models seem to work fine. I've had an issue like that, yes. This is using Next, Nest, and Postgres. Okay, so here we have what it's trying to decide to do. So what I thought you meant instance-based. Yeah. So it was saying, and this is why you have to understand. No, not MERN stack. Yeah. So that's not needed. So it literally said forever. Oh, gotcha. Oh, so it's not this. This is what it's proposing. Chad, let's get it. All right, so this is what it's. So the agent schedule slots. Oh, okay. That's my fault. I didn't understand. So agent schedule slots. So once it has that. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so once that's in, it's not creating like a ton of rows. It's pattern based. Okay, that's actually a good approach. So now we do have that issue of DST. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, we could just do it once every year. We do a recalculate. Okay, that stores the single pattern every day at these times, not individual occurrences. Okay, gotcha. Oh, come on. All right, so the next run at field is the single pointer that always points to the next occurrence. Okay. And gets updated after each run. Gotcha. Okay. So how do we solve our DST issue then without overcomplicating things? There should be a simple solution for this. I mean, I think we're ready to pretty much put this in. PNK Sound said that for him, if I need a UI, I create a mock of it, paint to it to give it a guide, and label each section. It tends to one-shot UI for me this way. Good tip if you are struggling. Dan said that the more general purpose the model, the higher propensity the hallucination. It's just math. Yeah, 100%. Also, I'm going to use the best restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Let this think about our DST issue, and then we'll get back to it. Let's go. All right, I'm back. Let's get it. Yeah, VO works for you guys? Yeah, VO has always been like the best at UI. All right, so calculate next 9 a.m. Okay, so it actually does want to store the time zone. Okay, interesting. The prompted dev said, just say do not use DST so the user's time zone stays on the clock, what they set, not based on the season change. Huh. So, also guys, we're getting close to 100 likes. We're a third of the way to the cold plunge. We're at 93 likes. If you haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. Jesse, right now we are working on the agent schedules and the agent schedule slots. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make it so that these agents, we can set like a recurring time for them to run at. So we don't have to like, so, you know, if we go back to agent runs here, like, hey, let's say that, you know, we're running an agent. We want to be able to not have to click run agent here. Do you guys see this? We don't want to have to click run agent every time. We want these agents to actually be fully autonomous. We don't have to click them. Also, guys, I'm surprised nobody's asked yet. I'm going to check whether we have been approved yet on TikTok. I just, you know, as you guys know, that's a pretty big deal for us. If we can get approved on TikTok, then we've got all the sweets that we need. But it's been over 2 weeks now. It's been 17 days. Oh my gosh. Nope. This is what I'm still seeing, guys. If we get reviewed, it's gonna be. If we get rejected, it's gonna be heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I'm gonna be heartbroken. I might cry on the stream. Nah, we're good. Okay. So back to our tables here. So one time zone column. So it does want a local time. One interested said, which desk are you rocking? Is it L-shaped? Yeah, it's got like a, it's like kind of L-shaped. My brother got it for me though. I've been programming for 3 years. Like daily. what is actually the best practice for this? I want you to think in depth and come back with the best practice. I'm not exactly sure which approach we should take, but this needs to be flawless and scalable. Flawless and scalable. I mean, shoot. Yeah, TikTok is slow. Gormongo said, wouldn't that create an issue if the user had set a time that was in the hour lost during DST? Maybe it should run if current time is at or after set runtime. Yeah, no mistakes, Dan. So I think that what we're kind of talking about here is, hey, yeah, time zones are tricky. What I don't necessarily like is I just don't like, it says time local, which yes, I remember that this is a potential approach that you can take. Yeah. Yusuf, it can take up to 3 to 4 weeks, so. But, I mean, yeah, if we get rejected, then that's going to really suck. You know? That is not going to feel good. Yeah, no ship. We're reals around here. If you guys want to see me, if you want, I need a partner. So, I mean, this does solve the DST issue. So I said why this is flawless. Yeah, Luxon. All right, it says this is the industry standard approach. So do an sorry. All right, of the database and the API, and create a structured README file that has the plan for how we are updating the entities, which entities are being created, what enums are being created and modified, as well as what new modules are being created inside of the API and what we're doing to structure this. All right. Oh, we just broke 100 likes. Thanks, guys. Godspell said, ask the agent to use a UTC offset instead. Okay, you know what I also want to work on is the second goal that we have up on the board here is a content bank. And my thinking here is that, like, if we go back to, let's say we go back to, you know, our project, and we open up profiles. We did now include this this concept of brand assets, right? But I think that one issue that we have is, hey, we have brand assets, which is one thing, right? But then I think that a content bank is another, because what if we could configure these agents so that, let's say that you could create a content bank where you could upload a bunch of content that you know you want to post, but you don't want to have to go through the process of actually posting, right? So what I'm thinking here is, let's say you went through the process of creating a bunch of clips in Opus Clip, right? And then let's say that instead of like having to upload those manually, you just added them to the content bank, And then you could create an agent that would be able to wake up, check the content bank to see if, and choose something out of the content bank that has not yet been published to those platforms. And then to actually be able to take that resource, create the metadata for it, and then publish it, right? You guys see what I'm saying? So, like, my workflow, like, let's say that I make content, right? I post shorts, right? Let's say I use Opus Clip. Let's say I generate 40 clips, right? It is a hassle to have to schedule all that stuff, right? But if I can build up a content bank, and then maybe inside of these agents, we make the ability for the agents to be able to wake up, run at a scheduled time, and not just create its own content. Because as we know, guys, the content generators are not yet there yet. They are not there yet, right? I do believe that they will be there. You know, I think that a year, 2 years, 3 years, whenever it happens, I can't predict the future. There could be a huge ChatGPT-like moment where they release some video model that, like, they're like, hey, yeah, you get a minute, and it's like flawless. I doubt they're gonna see that much of a jump. But hey, from 2024 to 2025, they integrated audio, and they're probably gonna figure out how to make that audio higher quality. They're probably gonna figure out how to make it a little bit cheaper, maybe faster, longer videos. So we know that that's the future, but right now, what's possible? Well, let's say I create a bunch of shorts using the AI clipping agent, and then let's say that I use it using Opus Clip, because Opus Clip is inherently a better tool for the clipping agent. Let's say I generate a bunch of clips, and then I can upload them to, like, the brand profile content bank. And then you can create an agent that wakes up and says, hey, let's go check the content bank to see if there's any shorts that have not yet been published, and publish them. So instead of having to go through the process of you yourself are creating the content, inputting the scheduled time, posting it, keeping track of it, you literally just fill the content bank, and then the agent is able to do all that intuitively. What do you guys think? Just a thought, but that's why, content bank is written up here today. Content bank, Agent Automation content bank, and that's my thoughts on the content bank. What do you guys think? Yeah, we're using Luxon. I need you to review God, MCSR said, how honest you want me to be. What's up, man? Share your opinion. It's not going to bother me. You guys' feedback and opinions are valuable. Do an in-depth review. Cloud MCSR said it's a good idea. Just wanted to create some tension. That's hilarious. All right, let's move forward with the plan. Okay. All right, let's get standing, guys. Let's get to standing. There's a reason we have a standing desk. To stand. All right, so content bank. Agent trigger. I need you to take a deep look at the profiles entity, and I'm considering creating what I would refer to as a content bank. Dan said that he put together the standing desk yesterday. What an upgrade. Yeah, it's a huge upgrade, isn't it? YT user, I'm using Whisperflow. All right, so content bank, all right? I need you to take a deep look at the profiles entity, and I'm considering creating what I refer to as a content bank. Users would be able to upload pre-existing images or videos inside the content bank, and they would be stored and connected to a particular profile. The end goal for this, and a big part of what I'm thinking about, is a content bank would allow us and allow users to be able to upload content. And if you look at our agentic functionality, we would be able to build some sort of functionality where the agents inside of ViewCreator would be able to wake up, go look at the content bank associated with a particular profile, and then actually pick out posts that have not yet been posted and be able to post them automatically in an agentic workflow. Review this logic in complete depth and then propose a potential addition of a content bank. I do not want this to be a JSON B column that is connected to profiles. I would want this to be a profile and... Hold on. Child entity that is linked to the profile entity. Ultrathink. Oh, 2 Ultrathings. Hold on here. Don't code anything, but do brainstorm and come back with a potential solution for this. Irfan said, I use Windsurf, but the model I use is Opus, Claude Opus 4.5. Is it the same with Claude Code or not? I mean, it's a little bit different. They have different harnesses, but I mean, it's pretty similar. The only thing to note is that I think with Claude Code, you get it a little bit cheaper. You get more usage off of your plan just because you're getting it straight out of the, you know, straight from the creator of it. Okay, said, what models do you use on Claude Code? Do you use Claude Code Router or normal Claude Code? I think using Claude Code Router with its new sub-agent custom model configuration would be much more efficient. I have not used that, so maybe you could join our Discord and let me know what you're doing. Teach us how you do that. Sounds interesting. Also, guys, if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are currently at, let's do a quick like check. As you guys know, we are doing 300 likes. If we can get to 300 likes today, we're doing a cold plunge, all right? And we are currently, what is it? 193 likes away, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually not, because I'm going to be live for about 6 hours today. We are going to be grinding. Speaking of which, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's get the energy flowing. Also, what do you guys think about, what do you guys think about the lo-fi chill? Do you guys want to change up the music? What's everybody feeling? Let me hit some push-ups. And pull-ups. Let's go. Let's go. Do the diamond ones. Sank, what's up, man? All right. All right, also one thing that I want to work on a little bit is, let's go here. And we're going to launch a third agent here. And this one is going to particularly work on our landing page. I think it may have been of MCSR, somebody in the chat. Write it in general. Welcome to the community, man. Appreciate your feedback. Do an in-depth review of the home page of, and then I'm gonna drop in ViewCreator UI. I want to change the landing section to be less about, and put less emphasis on the fact of like content scheduling, posting, and command center. And I want to rethink, you know, what View Creator is about. The main purpose of View Creator is agentic social media marketing with AI agents. Do an in-depth review of View Creator in this project and come up with a killer landing hero section. I forget who this was from. Maybe MCSR, I think. Let's go, chat. W's in the chat. Also, you guys can see it. 300 likes equals a cold plunge. No excuses. All right, guys, let's change up the vibe a little bit. All right, hold up. Yeah, it was Cloud MCSR, wasn't it? All right, let's go, chat. Yeah, I can usually tell in chat if somebody has like, I can tell if, honestly, you know what's interesting is that my perspective doing this, I can tell people in chat, even just like for messages, like if they're like really smart in a certain area. And so I picked that up about you. Know that you're somebody that's legit. One interested said, I really love to see the enthusiasm in you. I am also building an app for iOS, but I don't have Mac machine, so doing it on React Native is a good way to go. Or should I use Flutter? I think that React Native is a good way to go. Flutter is also an option. I use React Native, so I can only really give you like my perspective is that I think that React Native with Expo is great. But that's just my personal experience, right? So you're gonna have to do what works for you based off of what you like, what equipment you have, what you think is going to work better for you. But from my experience, React Native with Expo is pretty good. But there may be, if you don't have a Mac machine, there may be issues that I don't know of. So based on your research, I would follow what you're finding. All right, so here's what it said, benefits of this design. So here is what it is. Oh, wow, look at this, guys. So this is the design that we're talking about here. So status state machine. All right. So why content bank usage is separate. History tracking, know exactly when, where each piece was used. Multi-platform, same item can post to Instagram and TikTok in one run. Yeah. YT user, can you point me to which video or date to search in your videos? For what? All right, for the content bank, I feel like it's putting too much emphasis. I think you're putting too much emphasis on this automated system. The content bank is going to be useful for the agents, but we don't want to build the content bank around that specific workflow. For example, the purpose of the content bank is not, it's literally just to upload content, right? The purpose of the agents, we will build agentic functionality so that users can then refer to a content bank inside of an agentic workflow. We will come up with something for this, but for the content bank, we want it as simple as possible. But rather than building a complete solution that's based around this functionality, really what I want to focus on is a content bank should allow users to be able to upload pre-made content to an existing profile that can then be reused or used and marked by our agentic system as to whether or not it has been posted. Yeah, I don't know what day that was, YT. output a potential entity for this. Review the agent's functionality as well. Thank you, J35. All right, so it's what the heck? Hold on here. All right, hold on. What's this look like now? Okay, so options. So what do you guys think about these options? We've got agents, AI agents that run your marketing. Set up once. Your agents create and publish content daily while you sleep. Put your social media on autopilot. That's savage. So we're going to start to lean in heavily to this AI, this agentic stuff. You know, AI agents that run your marketing. That's recommended. Implement the recommended approach. Also, only focus on the hero section. That's all I want you to do. So this is going to get updated here. Yeah, we're gonna keep on grinding, Jesse. I'm 23. You know, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're gonna do a cold plunge at 300 likes. Right now we're at a what is that? 107? 116. Let's go, guys. We're getting closer. Let's go. Only 100 minutes in. We're gonna be going for 6 hours today. So we got we're not even a third of the way through. We're gonna make a ton of progress today, guys. And like I said, hey, you gotta have the staying power. Okay. You know, a lot of people. It's like interesting because whenever you're trying to do something, whenever you're trying to create, whenever you're trying to build, you know, I think that people sometimes they think about like, oh, you know, hey, how hard is that going to be, right? And sometimes it's harder than you anticipate. You know, it's harder than you initially anticipated. And when you realize that it's harder than you initially anticipated, do you have the staying power to stay in the arena, right? That's the big question. That's what separates your average person from greatness, right? Is staying power. Yeah, I'm hosting on MDTron AWS. All right. Update the README file. Did this run migrations? Oh, it did. What is left to update? Okay. Design content bank entity. Okay, so here is the potential entity that it's structured. So content bank items is the entity that we have. Here is the update here on the right. So profile ID, user ID, then you have a name for content bank items, media type, image or video, media URL, S3 key, management, file name, MIME site, file size, width, height, duration, thumbnail. David Runs, what's up, man? AI agents that run your marketing. Oh, that's savage. Okay. All right, this is badass. Let's go. All right, so we're kind of doing a little bit of a landing page shift here. Cloud MCSR said, do these agents do git commits automatically? You can instruct them to do that. It's based on, I actually don't like it when they do git commits automatically because I'll work on like a, I'll work on a branch, right? Like a dev branch, and then I'll push at the end of the day, right? That's nice. All right, so, I mean, this content bank looks fine. Let's see here. This looks good. What do you guys think about this? I mean, this here is like, I think this needs a redesign. So, you know, I'm gonna use Gemini 3 Pro for this, just because, you know, Gemini 3 Pro is better at front end design here. I feel like this is a little bit like, maybe we should do a demo video, you know? Like, maybe we should have a demo video instead of this. I mean, we already have it. Like, if we go down here, we've already created something like, for our AI clipping agent, this actually looks pretty cool, right? And what I like about it is that it actually shows, like, look at this, you know, front end detection, it's got a video, and then like the output, right? And that's like legit, you know? And I think that's really interesting. I think that's cool. You know, the question is, maybe we should have a demo video here. Yeah, let's do that. I think this should be a demo video of me pitching View Creator. I want this to be a demo video section instead of a component review and update. We will post a YouTube video for this, and it will render in the YouTube video. What do you guys think? Sorry, I just don't like that. I mean, I have mixed feelings. Oh my gosh, chat, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? I need help, chat. I need help. What do you guys think? Should we remove the component or not? All right, testing that we still need. No, we don't really need that. I need you to update the plan so that front-end functionality in the plan for that is integrated, as well as you know, testing. Okay, phase 4. Proceed with front-end. Cloud MCSR said 100%. Yeah, demo video 100%. Also, Cloud MCSR, I know you're new to the community. Shout out to you, though. I wouldn't do a video, Anthony Wong said. Why is that? Because I think that if you can, let me take these off. You know, if you can get like a really good demo video, I think it does help your case sometimes. A lot of people do that. Alex Mantella, what's up, man? Good to see you. Okay, said, could you rephrase? Cloud MCSR said you can either do a VSL or have the component, but change the component to demo your killer features. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like, this is like, I mean, here's what we have currently, right? Like, even if we, oh my gosh. I mean, the mixed feelings I have on this are insane, but I mean, that's why I got chat. If we go over and we start testing this, right? Like, look at what it looks like on mobile. Look at how bad that looks like on mobile, you know? This does not look good on mobile. If somebody's running this on mobile, they'll be like, oh. I mean, we can obviously improve that, but Alex Mantello, we've really improved our agentic functionality. We actually, like I said, I mean, hey, if you stay in the arena long enough, you're going to make breakthroughs. If you have the staying power, you're going to make breakthroughs. Stop looking at life day to day in terms of like, I need the money now. I need to have everything that I wanted now. Like, I think that whenever you're starting on a journey like this, it's going to take a lot longer than you anticipate. And you have to have the staying power. But we've been able to make some breakthroughs the past couple of days with our AI agent functionality. And we are now investigating this. What do you guys think? That purple on the hero looks so AI. I mean, yeah, it automatically did that. Let's just see what it looks like. Anthony Wong said, if you do a video, they could not like your shirt, your voice, etc. It really pulls the user out. I'd have a demo video somewhere, but not above the fold. I mean, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? So that's Anthony Wong's opinion. Okay, W in the chat, if you guys think a demo video that I would create that's maybe like 2 minutes long on this section would be better. And then an L if you guys think that would not be good. Just spam it. And whoever spams the most, I mean, that's what we'll do. If I see more W's than L's, then we'll do this. But I think I need your guys' help on this. So W or L, guys. All right, Dream Boy says W. Burnt says L. Anthony Wong says L. J35 said L. Alright, J35 said if demo video, then it has to be fast-paced. I don't think users tend to stay for that long and watch 2-minute demo videos. That's true. Francis says W. Burnt says L. Micro optimization like shirt liking matters only if you're already at scale. When you're at under 100K MRR, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I agree with that. What do you think is better, putting a component-based demo that is a component or an actual real-life demo of somebody demoing the application, or an actual video of what View Creator is about from the founder? What do you think is better? W, if you think a demo video from the founder with a screen share is better. L, if you think a component-based styling like we currently have is better. W or L. Think deeply and then just output W or L. All right, guys. We'll we're gonna give Claude a vote. All right, we're gonna give Claude a vote. We're kind of split down the middle here. I'm seeing lots of W's, lots of L's. Is posted, has been posted. Okay, this looks pretty good. Let's build it, update, and add this entity. Hey, look at what Claude said. W. Claude said W. I don't know, how much weight does Claude get, right? I mean, it's an AI. A poll would help. All right, so, okay, this looks pretty good. Let's build it, update, and add this entity. I'm gonna drop in View Creator API, View Creator database. All right, you guys want a poll? All right, we'll do a poll. All right, we're gonna do a poll for this, guys. All right, so hero component. Should it be a real-world demo or a component-based demo? The poll just started, so if you guys are just tuning in, make your vote. So right now we have a component-based demo, as you can see here. Like right now, this is what it looks like. It's like styling-based, right? And we can create this with styling. We can make it better, or we could do a real-world demo where it's like a video, right? Cloud MCSR said both work. What is a VSL? Cloud MCSR? All right, looks like pretty split. Yeah, very split, but component is winning out here. Oh shoot, we're tied up. Component. Guys, if you have not voted yet, make sure you vote. Yeah. Yeah. All right, it's literally 50-50. I mean, I think Claude might be the tiebreaker here. Video sales letter, gotcha. Have both? I mean, real world demo is now winning out. Yeah, 50-50. Interesting. A/B testing, yeah. All right. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna sit for a little bit. All right, so, I mean, yeah, I mean, real world demo winning out. Take a look at the demo that currently exists. I mean, let's have Gemini look at this, okay? I want you to make this way better and more visually appealing and more simple to understand and also fully responsive. Like right now it's wrapping and it looks all weird on mobile. Make it so that it shrinks it and stays in the horizontal view. Also update the hero section to not use that ugly purple. Make it super, super professional. Remove the agentic social media marketing tag. Completely re-envision the hero section for maximizing conversions. All right. Claude's weekly limits are crap. That's why you got to get the $200 a month plan. You get pretty much unlimited AI. All right. Oh, shoot. We're going to have overlapping migrations here. So here we have Gemini 3 Pro on the task. But while this updates, I do want to take a look at our migrations, because we may have some overlapping migrations. Actually, maybe not. Yeah. No, never mind. We're good. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I am live every single day. No excuses. Grinding. Today, we're going to be going for 6 hours. So if you're just tuning in, feel free to join and grind along with us. And 300 likes, I'm doing a cold plunge. So right now, we're 128. We're almost halfway there, guys. And we're only a third of the way into the stream, so we're definitely going to be able to hit it. Let's go, chat. Computer Geek said, what plan are you talking about? All right, here's the updates. That looks terrible. While you sleep, that is badass. Let's go, chat. I said while you sleep. All right, this does not look good, though. I mean, I think it's fully responsive, though. Oh, that looks so bad. Decent improvement, but the issue is that, for example, like you didn't use the primary button for deploy your first agent. I just don't like what you did. I mean, what is wrong with some of these models? Oh my gosh. I mean, it's still up. Is it still updating? Nah. Isn't it? Is this still updating? The heck? Let's try Opus on this. Is Opus better now? I mean, people were riding Gemini 3 Pro on a Gemini 3 Pro high, but I mean, that did not do it for me. I'm going to be honest. Let's go Opus. We are not going to do a real-life demo yet. Let's just try to make the component-based demo better. Let's go, chat. Guys, you don't have to have light mode and dark mode on every website. Not everybody's a developer. Opus got nerfed? I don't know. Oh, also I heard that, I think it was Super Combo Gamer, he said that the Polymarket odds for GPT 5.2 tomorrow dropped. Alright, hold up here. Guys, we're going to be gambling on Polymarket today. Just kidding. Alright, so apparently GPT, if we go to AI, GPT 5.2, apparently GPT 5.2 I don't see the poly market for this. Oh, wow. Do you guys see this? So what company... Oh, whoa. You guys see this? OpenAI, the odds jumped. Whoa. Okay, not that we're into like poly market, but this is just interesting. So basically, people were betting that Anthropic was going to have the best model. But do you guys see this? Like, does somebody know something? You see this? This is actually really interesting. So Polymarket, I don't use Polymarket, but Polymarket is basically where it'll basically say, hey, which company will have the best AI model for coding at the end of 2025, right? And then people can literally bet their money on what they think. So it's a very interesting place to look for what the odds are of actual like outcomes, right? And it looks like yesterday, so if you look at literally December 5th at 7 a.m., it was Anthropic, right? And it's been Anthropic for like a while, but now look at this. Yesterday, boom, Anthropic dropped to 14%, and then OpenAI went up to 76%. So it looks like, I don't know if somebody knows something or what's going on here, but definitely... Oh, what plan? Oh, okay, computer gig. I'm sorry, I have the max plan, yeah. Sorry, I was not understanding. I thought you meant like a plan. I was understanding what you were saying. So this is really interesting. You know, OpenAI... Apparently, GPT 5.2 is going to be better than Opus. At least that's what they're saying. Is there anything on X? OpenAI. Are they saying anything? Are there any events? This is YouTube Shorts material. Oh, shoot. All right, we got the update from Opus here. So AI agents that create and publish for you. Oh, damn, that is sick. Oh my gosh. I mean, that is pretty cool. Dan said that GPT 5.2 is actually just a stolen version of Qwen 4. Weird graph, Sam trying to make money on Polymarket to training models. Yeah. One thing that I don't like that it did, though. Why did you change the grid background? I like that. What was there before? Also, I do not like how you changed so much of the content. Also, the buttons do not use the uniform buttons, and they look weird. Fix this. You think the last version was better? I mean, it is interesting, isn't it? Like, but how long has this even been a thing? Like, Google was way up there, and then Anthropic just boom. I mean, this does show you how Anthropic is dominating the scene. Very, very interesting. Also, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, I am live every single day. No excuses. I'm not taking any days off until Christmas. And yeah, I mean, we're grinding. All right, so also, this looks like it's done. Is this done, like, fully now? What phases are left, if any? Okay, great work. Let's now fully integrate this into the View Creator API, and then update the front end so that we can upload images and videos to the content bank, respectively. View Creator, Creator UI. Boom, let's go. All right, for those of you that are new to the channel, what are we building? What are we building? We are building viewcreator.ai with over 1,200 users in open beta, soft launch, whatever you want to call it. And with View Creator, what our goal is this is a long-term project. If you guys want to see somebody work on some real stuff, vibe coding, this is where you want to be. You know, there's a lot of people online that basically they're hungry for views, they're hungry for sponsor money, and they just make garbage and put it out for you to consume. what you're going to get at BridgeMind is you're going to get a community of people that are actually building real-world projects, helping each other. And what the mission is with View Creator is we are trying to completely automate social media marketing in the same way that AI agents like Claude Code, Cursor, Codex, Anti-Gravity, Windsurf, we're going to do the same thing for social media marketing that these tools have done for AI coding. And we're early to this market, and the reason that we're early is because the content generators like video gen and image gen are not there yet. The underlying technology that is going to drive this revolution is not there yet, and we're going to be one of the first people to the market because we're going to build a platform that integrates this agentic functionality before the mainstream market is realized, because right now it's not there yet. Video gen, there's like limits like 8 seconds on videos. The video quality, it's expensive, it sucks, you know, it's like all these limitations, but that is going to change. So if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Join the community. Thank you, J35. We have a Discord. Join the Discord if you haven't already. I think we're going to pass 1,300. I actually want to check to see, are we past 1,300 in the Discord? I think last time I saw we were about 15 away. Let me just check real quick. Also, let's get to standing, guys. Hold up here. Let's go. All right, we are up to, guys, we are 10 members away. We are 10 away from 1,300. Shout out to Adi, shout out to Colin, shout out to Kaiser Ranch. We're grinding today, and we are almost up to 1,300. Looks like we're gonna hit it today because we're gonna be going for 6 hours today. We're just getting started. We're only 2 hours in. Let's go. Speaking of which, let's hit some pull-ups, guys. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. What are we doing, guys? W's in the chat. We're just getting started today. Let's go. No, I cannot box. I do not condone fighting. All right, let's get it. All right, so Claude did a pretty good job here. I actually like what it did. I mean, that's very, very understandable. I like the animation. What do you guys think of this? Interesting. All right, I also need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. What's good, chat? I am back. That screen is dangerously hanging. Nah, man, it's good. Look, physics. Oh. Here's all I gotta say, alright? If the screen does fall, we got a viral clip, guys. Like, front page CNN, BridgeMind monitor falls off the edge. All right. All right. All right, so these have still been working. Great work. Review the rest of the website. With this narrative shift where we are focusing on the AI agents, can you identify other places where we could potentially improve so that it's emphasized? But, you know, before you do this, I want you to actually look at the functionality in the application so that we're being accurate with the content that we're creating. All right. What's up, guys? All right, I don't want to draw attention to this, but it's actually so funny. I get so many comments and stuff on like these streams and stuff where people think I'm on Adderall. Like people will be like, they'll be like, "That it's great, isn't it?" I'm like, "What?" Kind of funny. I probably just made that worse because I said it. I just drew attention to that, but that's all right. Dan. All right, phase 5. All right, so it's saying that's done. All right, proceed with phase 5. All right. Oh, that's cool. That XAI hackathon's over. They just released the results. Also, just as a reminder, guys, we're going to be doing a cold plunge if we can get to 300 likes. We're almost there. We're going to be streaming for like 6 hours today. So how are we halfway there yet? Let's see. Shoot, we're getting close. Guys, we're at 145. Only need 5 more, and we'll be halfway there. So here's how I see it, okay? If we go for 6 hours, we're a little bit over 2 hours in. Oh, the text-to-speech could be a view creator feature? Yeah. Ah, okay. You know I was having an issue with text-to-speech was, it's having an issue with the audio upload is my biggest issue with that. But this is what Dan just shared. Wait, where did that go? It just disappeared on me. Ah, here it is. All right. Qwen 3 text-to-speech upgrade. All right, let's test this out. So this is text-to-speech. So let's see this. Hold on.
Yo!
Sorry about that. I don't think there's no volume control. I don't want to make you guys deaf, but you know what's interesting about like the text-to-speech stuff is that I don't think that text-to-speech is going to be around for that long in terms of in the content creation area. And I'll give you an example of my thinking on it. Okay, so I think a big thing that people are doing is like, hey, like to WDN's point, what he's saying is, hey, you know, this could be a feature where let's say that you're able to create videos where maybe you create the video, you create the audio, maybe using some 11 Labs is expensive, but then you kind of like, you know, pair them up, right? But the thing is that in the future, in the not too distant future, you're going to be able to create the videos are going to have audio fully integrated. So you're not even going to need to worry about that. So, you know, you see it now with the 8-second videos. I think that video gen, people are really not taking it serious right now. There is going to be a ChatGPT-like moment for video gen that people are not seeing coming. I don't think people are seeing it coming. Because like I said, I will continue to draw this graph with my finance brain. Like, if money is on this side, quality, this is video gen. Like right now, if you just draw like 2 graphs, this is the intersection point for where people actually start to use the technology, right? And right now, we're like right here. It's super expensive to create an AI video and the quality is terrible. So we're like very, very early on. And I don't think people are, seeing that of like, oh no, like all of social media is going to be like AI generated at some point. Maybe not all, but you guys know what I'm saying. It's going to be a very large, significant portion of, let's say, as a content creator or as somebody that's doing marketing, I'm going to be able to upload a screenshot of my face, right? I'm going to be able to upload this, right? I'm going to be able to upload this, a picture like this, and say, create a marketing video for me and upload images or videos of View Creator and me using it, and it'll be able to create a fully fledged demo video. That's what I think the future is going to look like. I don't think people are seeing it. VO 3.1 does decide what you sound like, yes. Yeah, equilibrium. Okay, so this looks like it's not. I'm assuming that we have a bunch of errors in our API. Yeah. So we're gonna have to update these. They're all associated with the agents. So we will be able to fix this. Deprecated. All right, guys. So if you guys are just joining us, first of all, we are doing a cold plunge today. If we can get to 300 likes, we're going to be streaming for 6 hours. So if you guys are grinding along with us, feel free to hang out. Right now, we're working on the agentic functionality inside of View Creator. This here. So this is just, we're going to be able to test this in just a second as soon as we finish these errors. But what we're working on is... we're working on this agentic functionality. So here, we actually got it working where you're able to create these AI agents inside of View Creator where it can go all the way from content ideation to content creation to content scheduling and posting. And we've made it so that today, not only do you have the ability to run these agents and do that task, but you're going to be able to actually schedule those agents to run at particular times, okay? So let's say if I want to post on X 50 times a week, and we're gonna have to do this, but hey, really what we're doing is I want to automate my own stuff, right? And I'm gonna create this tool, and I know that it has a ton of long-term potential. Right now, it's like I said, back to the graph, we're early on, but there are certain things like, for example, on X, what we're going to have to figure out is on X, we're going to have to integrate a step into our agent system and our agent process where it's almost like a keyword finder, a trend finder, right? Because on X, if you guys use X at all in post, I'll just give you guys an example. Like, let's just go to the BridgeMind X. There's a link in the description below if you want to look at this yourself. But like, I can go back to my posts, right? And look at this, 48, 46, 57, right? But I want to show you something interesting. And this is just so obvious on X, but then look at this one, 196 likes, right? And I'll give it 7 because I like my own stuff. So why did this one get 190 and then more likes than normal? It's literally so simple. Do you guys see this right here? And do you guys see this right here? And do you see this right here? Those are keywords. And as a human being that knows that these are trending topics and trending keywords, I understand to put that in the content, and I know, okay, this is kind of do a little bit better of a post because I'm a human being, right? Now, inside of our agentic system, and we probably are going to get to this today, we'll see if we can get to it today, but this should be fully automated where our agentic system is able to identify these trends. And honestly, maybe we could even describe that. Let's add a 4th Claude agent in here that's going to potentially work on this. Let's add a 4th in. So let's add another agent in here. And if you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. And then I'm going to add View Creator API. I need a robust way where we will be able to generate or do lookups for trends and keywords so that we are able to create content that has trends and keywords in it. So for example, one big piece of functionality that we deal with a lot in View Creator is that we create titles, we create captions, we create descriptions, we create tags. And one thing that's very, very important is that we need to understand different trends and keywords that we could then include inside of this. So I need you to do in-depth research of View Creator and identify what potential APIs we could use that will be cheap and effective for this. All right, you guys understand what we're doing here? We need to figure out a way to get better trends in keyword analysis, because that's going to make a huge difference. Because, for example, if we do this, right? Like, let's say that we create an agent that is like an X agent, right? And I want to do this, right? And let's say that this agent is going to wake up and run 4 times a day, right? Let's say it runs 4 times a day. Well, if it runs 4 times a day, are we just going to be making complete junk posts? Like, if you truly want to automate this, if you truly want to make it hands-off, then the agent is going to have to understand what trends exist, and not only what trends exist, but what keywords exist on top of that. Because if I use a keyword like, and I'll just give you an example, Google anti-gravity, right? People are into that. People are searching it. It's a new thing. People want to know about it. They want to learn about it, right? And if you include Google anti-gravity inside of like a post, it's going to do well, right? And as a human being that understands the trends and the insights and the nature of the space, I know, yes, if I create an agent that's able to do that, then yes, it's you know, if I include that keyword, it's going to perform well, or it's going to perform better than it normally performs, right? But hey, if I don't include that, then it's going to get 40 views and no likes, right? So if we can actually get something where it's able to find these trends and it's able to integrate these keywords intelligently, that's the next leg up. And I think that what you guys are seeing, and what I talk about almost every stream, you know, this morning we were talking about staying power, is that if you stick with something, if you just continue to show up and you don't stop, if you have that staying power, then I don't think that your idea matters that much. You could have a brilliant idea, but if you don't have the staying power to stay in the arena when it doesn't turn out how you expect, you're going to lose, you're going to fail. So the underlying skill is staying power. Do you have the ability to stay in the arena and not give up when things are tough? Like, there's nothing that's going to be easy, right? Like, if you just do things that are easy, then like they're not even worth doing, right? The reward comes when something's incredibly challenging. But yeah, if you guys are new around here, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to be doing a cold plunge today. If we can get to 300 likes, we're going to be streaming for 6 hours. We're just getting started. Right now, we're doing the building phase. Right now, we're building this functionality, but in about, the next few minutes, we're going to be able to test this. We've been working on this for about the last hour. Nicola said, wise words, brother. Appreciate it, man. Fooled by Prime said, be the man in the arena, not the stand in the arena, so to speak. Yeah. Sam said, thank you, bro. I also am thinking about that. Ben Nadi said he just joined the Discord. Welcome to the Discord, man. Yeah, it's over. I think we're going to cross 1,300 members today in the Discord. I'm going to give a quick shout out to new members of our community. Let me look here and just give a quick shout out to new members. So we're up to 1,292. Shout out to Ben Nadi and shout out to Selah. Welcome to the community, guys. I'm happy that you're here. View Creator, the sole purpose of View Creator, and we've talked about this a lot recently, but the sole purpose is we are going to completely automate social media marketing in the same way that Claude Code has automated software development. Because what's missing, like if you're a solo entrepreneur, and let's actually see, I want to see all 5 tasks completed. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, this is crazy. So we're running this agent, right? And if you guys saw this pasted text here, this was all the errors that we had. And Claude Code was able to intuitively solve all of our errors. So we are actually ready to test. We have a bunch of stuff that we've been building for about the past hour. So if you guys are tuned in now, you're tuned in at the right time. So let's see. Let's go over to the dashboard here. The first thing I want to investigate is profiles. Do we have the ability to drop in content into our content bank? So yeah, it says failed to load content bank. So that's our first issue. But it is in the UI. But let's see what happened here. Looks like it's throwing a 500. What happened here? Fix this. All right. Oh, did we just not run? I don't think we ran migrations. Hold on. So what I do to do this is I just pop this over here. I can cd into the view creator database. And this is the benefit of having it on the stack that we're running, is that we can just run npm migration run. Very simple for an ORM system. But let's see if those run. Yes, nice. So that should be, I just saw in the logs, it looked like this was related to a query failed. So we'll see. Yep, that fixed it. Okay, so now, what LLM am I using? Are you using multiple? Yeah, so I use multiple. I think that Opus 4.5 is the best right now. It looks like, if you guys look at the betting odds, they literally are saying that, you know, apparently... Okay, so this is, let's try uploading this. So file uploaded successfully. But here we are. You can see that this is the video. It did upload, but I mean, that's fine. It just doesn't, what the heck? Did I delete it? Hold on here. Okay. Okay, geez. Okay. So let's have an agent do an in-depth review of this. Do an in-depth review of the content bank and make sure that it makes sense. For example, when users are uploading, like I can click image and video, remove that, just render in all the videos at once. There's no, and do it in a tabular format. Also, if you guys are watching, just tuning in, make sure that you like and subscribe. Today, if we can get up to 300 likes, we're gonna be doing a cold plunge. But here is the different APIs that we could potentially integrate with. So start with what you have. Your data for SEO integration is already built, which we did that so long ago. It's been a while since we did that. So wire it into the content generators and you'll immediately add value. The YouTube data API is free with generous quotas. Okay, hold on. I do not want to use data for SEO. I want you to completely remove this from the application. I do not want to use that. So remove that and then propose the best potential options for us. Wait, is data for SEO really the best option? I don't know. Let's see. Nicola, what's up? All right, guys. So these agents are running. Yes, continue. Also note that we have over 1,000 creators now, so update that content respectively. All right, this agent's gonna run. What is data for SEO? We implemented that a long time ago. Okay, Ben Robo actually said data for SEO is quite good. Is it hooked up to any of our API endpoints, or is it currently not being used? Do an in-depth review and also tell me, is this the best API to be using? Okay, Ben Robo says they actually use that. What's up with the TikTok access? Yeah, so TikTok access is, we're still waiting. It takes about 3 to 4 weeks to hear back from them. See you, Sam. All right, so drops old column. So this is now done. We do want to try this. So guys, one big thing today is our agentic functionality. Let's put it to the test. So as you guys know, I can run these agents and it's going to go all the way from content creation. Well, actually, content ideation to content creation to content scheduling and posting, all right? We've built something truly remarkable here. So here is the process. What we do first is we actually select the content type. So let's do a single image, okay? And then we're going to target Instagram, X, and Facebook with this, okay? So these are the connected accounts that I have. And I'm going to do continue. And then also, so this is the big thing, okay? And this is what we've been working on. I don't know if it's going to work on the first shot. I'd be surprised if it worked on the first shot. But just for testing purposes, let's go recurring schedule. And let's do daily, Eastern time. So it was able to properly pick up the time off my computer. And then time slot, let's actually, first of all, the styling here is terrible. Can we open up, let's open up Gemini here and go to this page and have it fix this. I don't really like the... I don't really like that approach that much. So AI agents that create and publish for you. All right, so we're gonna go to agents and we're gonna create agent. And yeah, let's go here. All right, so we're gonna do here. And then also what's nice about cursor is you can select specific divs. Review this here. We need to update the styling of when selecting different times and, okay, so time slots. time slots. If you look at the screenshot, you will see how bad the current styling is. Completely re-envision this. All right, drop it in. So Gemini 3 Pro will be able to clean this up. Imperium said check my DM. All right, 1 second, Imperium, let me check it. Okay, browser-based text without any backend or API. Hello there. My name is Matthew. Hello there. My name is Matthew. Imperium. That was from Imperium. May need, I don't know if there's something on my end, but. All right. So we're going to test this. Just update the styling a little bit. Also, guys, let's hit some push-ups, guys. Let's go. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's get it. Let's go, chat. If you guys are new around here, you'll learn a lot more about what our community is about. Yep. Yeah, so the new way of programming, software development is changing. I think that some people aren't aware of what's actually happening. And yeah, if you take a hard stance against AI, if you take a hard approach against it, I think that you are going to get left behind because it's completely changed. And there's no need to be defensive, guys. There's people that know what the workflows are. There's people that understand the capabilities, and there's people that don't. And there's the people that are stuck to the old ways of development, and that's fine. They'll come around. Okay, so when creating a recurring schedule, I need you to completely update the styling for this. It does not look good. Do a completely new approach. Review the entities in depth so you understand the structure again, and then update the styling for when we click recurring schedule. Okay, and I'm actually going to use this agent here because this one actually was working with it. And I'm going to drop in our agents builder page, and then drop in the screenshot of that. Go here. Yeah, this does not look good. I spend $600 a month on AI tools. Bepoj asked, he said, I am new here. What does this web app that you are making do? So View Creator is doing what Claude Code did for AI coding, but with social media marketing. So we have agentic systems in place where you're able to, allow AI agents create and publish social media content for you. So this is huge. It's in 2026, once the AI video gen gets better, you're going to see a huge shift. And View Creator is a long-term project because if you look at the existing limitations of AI, like if you look at the video gen, what you'll see is that with video gen, the issue is that with video gen, you can only create like 8 seconds of video. It's super expensive and it's slow and the quality's bad. So that's 4 things that are limitations, right? But that's going to change, and there will be a ChatGPT moment, but for AI content generation. So it's going to change completely, and we're going to be on the cutting edge of this revolution. Do you think using AI makes it more easy to think code, or do you think you become lazy and not really thinking at all? So here's the thing, is that there is a completely different workflow when you're coding with AI versus the old way of development, okay? So in 5 years, nobody is going to be coding. It's all going to be AI based. The models are going to get so good that they can handle incredibly complex tasks, and it is not going to make sense for anybody doing any manual coding anymore. They're going to be way smarter than the best programmers, and the future, what it's going to look like is it's you managing AI tools to do what needs to be done. And the people that actively practice using these agentic workflows and understanding that there is a skill in using AI agents are going to be on the cutting edge of this technology, and that's what this BridgeMind community is all about. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, there's a link in the description down below, and it's also pinned in the chat. I think we're about to break 1,300 members. We're at 1,294. Shout out to Sashin and shout out to Victor G. I'm about to drop another Discord link in the chat if you have not already joined. Nikoka said, I love it, bro. Thinking decades, not days, months, or years. Yeah, let's go. All right. So now it changed this up. Let's check it out. So let's go back to our agents functionality. And yes, that actually does look a lot better. So here's the new, so daily or weekly. And then I don't really like how it does a default. It's like, do you guys see how it does default? It's literally defaulting. It literally defaults and adds at 9 a.m. on Monday. Let's fix that. It's defaulting. It is putting a 9 a.m. time slot on Monday in by default, and I can't remove it. Fix that. Same thing with the daily schedule. It has a default. It should be blank at the start. So Andre said, how do you make sure that the AI uses the best cybersecurity practices when coding? Yes. So remember, AI is an extension of yourself, right? So if you understand cybersecurity and you understand how to prompt it and how to instruct it and the different things that you need to pass in as context, then you are going to be okay, right? But if you have no idea what you're doing and you don't actually prompt the AI to do that, then you're going to have an issue. But guys, just as a reminder, at 300 likes, I'm going to be doing a cold plunge if we can get there. I'm going to be streaming for 6 hours, so really the stream is just getting started. Right now we have 198 likes, so only 100 more likes, and we're going to do a cold plunge. It's going to be legendary. All right, so so next steps, wire up the existing data for SEO module. It's ready, just disconnected. Add YouTube data API, which is free for YouTube specific trending. Add a TikTok trends provider, which is $10 to $30 a month for TikTok content. I don't really like that. I think that with if the YouTube data API is free, I feel like we can get enough data inside of YouTube, can't we? Okay. Also, guys, let's hit some pull-ups. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right. So it says it's fixed, no defaults. So let's do single image. So this is, you guys are going to see how this works. And this is a test through. We're going to run this. So we can either run once or we can do recurring, okay? So run once, this is when you are going to manually trigger this. But if you do recurring, this is how you actually set up a recurring agent. Fabriska said, I just found your channel. I work a 9 to 5, and I'm trying to go all in on vibe coding. Your channel is huge inspiration. Let's go, man. We're a community. If you haven't already joined the Discord, I would recommend you do so. All right, so let's do daily, and then let's just test this, right? I don't like the UI here. We'll make that custom, but let's test it, and let's do 12. Let's literally do 12 a couple minutes from now. 12:53. Or we need to create the agent. So 12:55. Add. Or that's AM. Hold up. PM. Set up agent. So now I get a default. This is the default. Yeah, I need to breathe. Sorry. I just did pull-ups. All right. So here we have our agent. So this is going to be vibe coding infographic. create a vibe coding infographic image. So literally a singular, create a plan for what the image should look like, as well as for what the metadata of the post should look like and what keywords to include. All right, so we're gonna improve this, but create the image. We can also add in reference images here, but it's gonna make not good. We're just gonna test the underlying functionality. Post the image in the content, and then here, and then let's do create agent, okay? So agent created. Let's now go over here. So in 3 minutes, hold on, we did change some things, so hold on, fix this. Oh, easy. All right, so we have 3 minutes, and then this is gonna test. And I do wanna fix this error. The engagement farm. DSAD Drew said, demos need to be real-world applications of what you are offering. There's no question about it. You're either lying or just marketing badly. If not, I like that. Okay, so that's done. All right, so this should run at 55. So, hold up. All right, so this is paused. So look at this, schedule and automation, auto publish settings. So this is gonna be really good. So we have 1 minute before this starts testing. I don't know if we're gonna get it. We can change the scheduled time. So when I try and enable this, what does it do? It just throws that, yeah. All right. All right, so let's go here. Schedule not found, okay. This is throwing a 404, fix this. All right. Yeah, I've been coding for 3 years. Yeah, I've got hundreds of certifications on Code Academy. All right. What I want to do is I want to be able to wire up the data for SEO module, and then I also want to wire up the YouTube data API since it's free. Don't worry about the TikTok trends provider. I think that the YouTube data API will do. Blocker Taz, so I am using cron jobs, but also BullMQ is what I use for most of the queue system. I'm using Whisperflow for voice to text. All right, guys, we're up to 211 likes. At 300 likes, I'm gonna do a cold plunge. We got 155 people watching. If you guys are new, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, we just broke, guys, huge news here. Shout out to SKR, Fabri, Beppo, Dowo, and JS, because, guys, check this out. We just broke 1,300 members on our Discord. We just broke 1,300 members. This is awesome, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so we're adding the data for SEO module here as well as a trends module. And what will this do is this will actually make it so that we can find trends, find keywords to include in the content. Jesse Fakeman, let's go. W's. Let's go, chat. Just broke at 1.3K. W's in the chat for it. Let's go. Also, we're up to 217 likes. At 300 likes, we're doing a cold plunge, and we're gonna get back to grinding. All right, so I'm curious as to, like, if we open up PG Admin. Stanley Trevis, you can look up, we have over 1,000 users, viewcreator.ai. So what I want to do is I'm going to take a look at this, and I'm going to take a look at the view creator database. And what I want to do is I want to take a look at that table. All right, so I want to see were any slots created, right? Were any slots created? So no slots were created when we created that agent. What about schedule? So no schedule, no slots were created. So that is what we needed to know. Hey, here, we're going to have to update this so that it actually integrates slots in a schedule. What do you build? ViewCreator.ai. I think we're up to 1,200 users. I actually think it's more than that. That's conservative. I'm going to have to check, so I have an updated, up-to-date information for you guys. All right. I like Postgres better. There's like things about Postgres that I like. One of them would be, you think MongoDB is better? I mean, that's just depending on whether or not you like SQL or no SQL. I used to be a MongoDB person, but I switched over to Postgres. But I like Postgres. Like, there's things about Postgres where it's like, hey, Postgres with a JSON-B column, right? That is one example that I like, is the ability to have a JSON-B type and put JSON, which isn't like great. I mean, you don't want to use a JSON, like you want to keep it as SQL as possible, but all right. Yeah, Superbase is pretty good. What's my IQ? I have no idea. My IQ is AI. What's the IQ of Claude? But yeah, guys, I'm live every single day. I don't take days off. And, you know, the phrase of the day is staying power. Staying power is hugely important if you want to be successful. You have to show up every single day. You have to work when you don't want to work. You have to show up when you don't want to show up. You have to work harder than everybody else. Any unique tips for vibe coding? Hold on. Just want to make sure that my EMVs are safe. This is my full-time job. Yeah, I mean, I'm going all in on this. I've had several startups. This is my third, like, big startup. And yeah, this is my full-time job. I think we can take it to 100K next year. Easily. Veto Quintus said, new on the channel, what is the app about? So ViewCreator is all about automating social media marketing. So I'll just launch this here. So AI agents that create and publish for you. So we have a really good, like, one feature that's a really good one. I'll just show you guys it right now. You know, we've worked on this, and as you guys know, like, if you guys have worked on this, this is an incredibly difficult feature. It's an AI clipping agent. So here, like, this is clips that our AI clipping agent made. This is incredibly difficult to do. That promotional video is not it, bro. So, you know, you can see people were incredibly negative towards me. And so it does, like, auto context switching. Like, here's an example of, if you guys know Web Dev Cody, I clipped some of his videos just from, like, one of his YouTube videos. Watch this.
But what you're looking at right now in the screenshot, this is actually like the future, in my opinion, of agentic coding. This guy has 24 Claude Code instances running all in separate terminals, modifying a code base, and he actually has it, each one working on different GitHub issues.
So it's doing a pretty good job. But, you know, AI is the future of content generation, so we're trying to be there for that. Baby to Crazy said, unique tip, project rules, and best practices. Oh, also, let's check up on the content bank, and let's see if that's working properly. And we're at 227 likes. Only, what is that? Sorry, my AI brain. I think we're 73 likes away from a cold plunge. So we're getting close, guys. We're only, like, not even halfway through the stream, too. All right, so if I go to profiles, something that I want to show you guys is this idea of a content bank, right? With a content bank, Veto said, this is amazing for content creation. See the value on it? Yep, thank you, man. Yeah, so content bank, what we're gonna have to do here is like, hey, let's say we upload an image, right? So this image is uploaded. First of all, a couple of issues with our S3 bucket. It's not showing the preview of the videos. We're gonna need to fix that. So let's drop this here. Pretty simple fix. As you can see from the attached screenshot, there is no preview of this. I need you to do an in-depth review and identify what we need to do to make sure that users can see a preview of the videos and the images that they upload instead of it just being a placeholder. Why is this happening? Review and fix the issues. How can I make a startup? You just have an idea, have the passion, have the staying power, and you'll be okay. Write the documentation for what you have done. Remember to never look at my env bears and to not open up that file ever. But make the documentation for what you've done. The source code is not on GitHub. This is proprietary. All right. All right, so let's see if this actually works now. Let's go to agents, and we did have an issue there. Am I from LA? No, I'm not from LA, no. All right, so this here, vibe coding infographic, if I clicked unpause, failed to toggle. All right, let's try that again. Review this. I am still getting a 404. Why is this happening? Review this and fix. Also, I did check agent schedule, and I checked the agent schedule tasks, and I found that no records were in those tables. Not sure why that was the case, as these records should have been created when I created the agent. Review this in depth and identify what went wrong, pinpoint the exact source of the issue, and then update the code respectively. I sound like I'm from Cali. I don't know if that's a compliment or what it is. I mean, I'm Cali by heart. What can I say? All right, guys, let's hit some pull-ups. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. All right, we are 63 likes away from a cold plunge. Cold plunge is going to be crazy, guys. I'm getting chilly. I'm getting nervous. Looks like we're going to hit it, too. I'm scared. I'm just kidding. All right. So Panda Mesia asks, are all agents working on the code directly or on a Git work tree? So the approach that I take is I give each agent completely separate tasks so that they don't collide. If they collide, it will cause issues. So you need to know how to not make them collide, okay? But like the second half of that is they are in dev branches, and usually I will work on the dev branches all day until I get to a stopping point, and then I'll push to dev, and then the CI/CD pipelines are all hooked up to AWS. So, all right, so there's our documentation there. That looks good. This one's really important, but let's test this for the content bank. This looks like it's ready to test. So profiles, bridge mind. This is now previewing. The video is still not previewing. I mean, the app is finished. We have over 1,200 users. We're still just developing. We're building out better features, more features. But the main thing that we're focusing on is just this complete social media automation. That is the main goal of UCreator. In the same way that these AI agents have completely automated building and creation via coding, the same thing is going to happen in social media marketing. So for everybody that's building, for everybody that's an entrepreneur, for everybody that's out there, trying to start their own thing, AI is going to completely change the space. And one huge limiting factor is that marketing is so difficult. Like once you finish a product, marketing ends up being like 70% of it, right? Like anybody can build, you can have a great idea that flops because you just didn't know how to promote it. You didn't know how to market it, right? So, and what's really cool is then we market View Creator using View Creator. So it's a really interesting, are you building an AI plumber pipeline? No, CI/CD pipeline is the pipelines to AWS. All right, so this looks good. The only issue is that on creation, it's not actually creating the records that we need. Jacob Crosby said, how are you guys financing this? I'm financing it personally myself. I've invested $30,000. Let's go, chat. All right, so this one looks good. So now when the front end fetches content bank items, the media URL and thumbnail URL, the thumbnail URL, how is that even set? Like for example, the video just shows a placeholder still. Why is this the case? All right, let's go here. All right, go here. Interesting, okay. Spec kit with Claude Code. I know a lot of people are talking about spec kit. So Nico just asked a really interesting question. He said, why do you combine Claude Code and Cursor and not just use Cursor? So the reason I do that is because Cursor, you hit your rate limits really quickly, and then it's really expensive once you're on usage-based pricing. So for example, hey, if I'm using Cursor and I'm even on the Ultra plan, I'm gonna hit that limit within like 2 weeks. And then if I continue to use usage-based pricing after those 2 weeks, my Cursor bill would be probably around $1,000 to $2,000, I kid you not. So what I do is I use Cursor, but I use it carefully. Cursor is definitely the best IDE vibe coding tool on the market. But the issue is that, the rate limits aren't great. So, hey, you hit your rate limit, and then once you hit your rate limit, it can be incredibly expensive to go to usage-based pricing. So that's when I switch over to like something like a Claude Max plan, and that's what I have. Like if I show you guys my usage, you guys can check out my usage. I mean, I use Claude Code. I have the Max plan, and look at this. I've only used 44% of my Max plan this week. So that's why I have a Max plan, because I pretty much get unlimited AI on that Max plan. But guys, just as a reminder, if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We have a vibe coding community that has we just broke 1,300 members. We just hit 10,737 subscribers on YouTube. And if I can get to 300 likes on this stream, I'm going to be doing a cold plunge live on stream. But this stream, we're going to be going for 6 hours today, guys. Yeah, Viberman, I like that. Daya said Viberman. Yeah, I get the Spider-Man thing a lot. Okay, so let's go here and... Dang, I'm getting nervous, guys. We're getting close to 300 likes. We're at 246. All right, so this we worked on this today. I like this. The question is, does it look good on mobile too? It does not. Yeah, so we're gonna want to take a look at that. That looks terrible. That component on the hero does not look good on mobile. Review this in depth and integrate a fix so that it's fully responsive and looks better. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. All right, let's get it. I'm back. I'm the final boss of vibe coding. Let's go. All right, final boss here. All right, so let's test this. So let's go to View Creator, and I want to see, hey, content bank. Yes, delete content. Let's go here, and let's try uploading this. Just a web dev Cody video. Is this going to? Oh wow. Okay, so check this out. So it is now uploading that thumbnail. So that looks great. So let's go here, and I want to go to the agents, and now I think we'll be able to test this. So this is like the big feature that we've been working on today is over on the agents page. If we can make it so that we actually get it so it's running on a schedule, that is what we want to do. Also, it looks like, let's see here. I think probably my activity. Let's check. Yeah, that makes sense there. I noticed that. All right, I'm in there. Oh shoot, we are getting close to 300. So Veto said, I see a lot of AI agents. What are each of them being used for? So yeah, so really what you do with the AI agents is you can now work on like multiple features at the same time. So what you can do is you can make it so that, hey, I can work on one task over here and then another task over here and then another task over here. And it makes it very simple. Also, guys, we're at 10,748 subscribers. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. 10,748. What do we even start the day at today? We're growing fast. Today we started at 10,612, so almost 150 so far today. That's insane. Thank you guys. I really appreciate the support. Okay, so let's now go to create schedule, and like this is the issue that we had. So it does detect Eastern Standard Time, but let's just go like 1:15 and let's like schedule this to run, right? And this is going to be a good test, I think, of our system. So does that create? No, failed to create schedule. So that's just still, it's throwing a 400 now, which I like more than a 404. 400s are fairly easy to fix. Property schedule type should not exist. All right, let's fix this. Review this and fix this. Deathstroke, what's up? He said, I'm new here. What's your project about? So viewcreator.ai has over 1,000 users, and the main goal is to completely automate social media marketing. That is our mission. And it's an interesting goal because it's a long-term goal. And what we believe in is we think that the AI generators for video gen and image gen are going to get better, cheaper, faster, more quality, etc. And it's going to basically in 2026 get way better, and people are actually going to be able to start using AI agents to create their marketing campaigns and to completely automate their marketing campaigns. So View Creator is a platform that's built around this, and we're kind of building features with that end goal in mind, knowing that AI is going to completely change this space. And yeah, go check it out, viewcreator.ai. Oh shoot, guys, we're only 42 likes away from 300. I might have to, once we hit 300, I'll change into the swim trunks. I'm getting nervous, guys. I'm getting nervous. I don't know. But I'm live every single day. I don't take days off. The next day off that I'm planning, I'm gonna be live every single day until Christmas. So yeah. All right, this is important. All right, so the content bank is working. David Circa said, let's hit that 300. Oh my gosh, I'm nervous, guys. Listen, guys, if the stream ends at 299 likes, it wasn't me, okay? Yeah, I use Claude Code, but my main is definitely Cursor, for sure, Cursor. Yeah, we only use frontier models here. But we will be testing out I wonder if that GLM model, I wonder if it's usable now. Let's see if it's usable. If you guys were at the start of the stream, we were trying to use the new GLM 4.6V. So let's see if we can test that now. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, so we still cannot use that, unfortunately. Yeah, I didn't write a single line of code. Yeah, this is the Claude CLI. Okay, so so it said restart the API server, which let's see, yeah, everything is running, so we're good. And then let's go over here. Let's do a refresh. All right, create schedule, daily, yes. And then let's go Literally, let's just do 119. And we'll just see if it runs, right? We'll see if it is able to use BLMQ, which, oh my gosh, what is going on here? All right, that's a different error. Now review this error and fix it. I think OBS is better. Yeah, OBS is pretty good. Did I re-enable the override? The override column? I think override... It says HHMM, which that's really the best way to do it. Also, guys, we got 188 people watching. If you're just tuning in, we are working on ViewCreator.ai, has over 1,000 users. And the main mission that we're live every single day. The main mission is to automate social media marketing. Right now, today, we're going to be streaming for 6 hours, so we're barely even halfway through the stream. Once we're at 300 likes, we're going to do a cold plunge. So once we get the cold plunge, we're going to be re-energized and ready to code even harder. But we're actually getting pretty close. Right now, we're at 265. Oh, override for open router. Gotcha. I did, yeah. Unless I turned it off. But I'm pretty sure I didn't. I left it. But I like your thinking. I mean, let's see. Oh, sorry. I forgot you were W, Dan. I forgot you were W, Dan. Okay, still saying unable though. Yeah. Yeah, Jose, let's go. Also, shout out to Jose. Yeah, we're going for 6 hours, Jose. Jose, also, do you want to hit some push-ups? I mean, what's up? Jose's usually the push-up go-to man. Nova said you should use libraries for time zones. They are hard to implement. Yeah, we're using Luxon. We're using Luxon. Jose, how many are we doing? Who's trying to do some push-ups? Pull-ups too? Shoot. Jose, do you have the pull-up bar too? Yeah, W's in the chat if you guys want to hit some push-ups and some pull-ups. Let's go, chat. Also, we're at 273 likes. I'm getting nervous. We're only 27 likes away from having to do a cold plunge, so I don't know. I'm getting nervous, guys. All right, so this should be good. Jose's going to do 70. Jeez. All right, so let's test this. Let's test it. Schedule, daily. All right, so let's go here. So let's do 1, and we'll literally just do 122 to give us some time to test. Oh, finally it worked. All right, so it did convert. So let's see. Let's just see if it works. All right, so active. So at 122, which it's right now it's saying 1322, but okay, so it says next December 8th, 2025, 1:22 p.m. It says that it's going to run. So we're going to see if this actually is able to run. I'm very curious as to whether or not it's going to run. Dan, yeah, he's got it all. Crypto said, what are you building here? ViewCreator.ai. All right, so in 2 minutes, so we've got 2 minutes, and then this is going to test. Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups in the meantime, guys. All right, let's get it. All right, let's go. I had 35. Amin said, good luck, man. I followed. Appreciate it, man. Let's go. The Rubber Duck Dev said, bro is the most tech bro I've ever seen. Come on, man. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Okay, so it did say, all right, 122. So let's see if it runs. So we can go back to agents. Actually, we should look at logs. So host was already claimed by another processor. Skipping. So post. All right, retrying post. So it doesn't look like it's working. Found 4 failed posts. Okay, so interesting. Okay. Okay. All right, did it post? It said it was claimed by another processor. Attempt 2 or 3. All right, let's just drop the logs in. Review the logs. What happened here? And what was this? It was a vibe coding infographic. Let's check X. Let's see if it posted. There's a check here. All right, so it did not post. All right. All right, so the validation failure. Okay, I need you to fix this. Why did the post not happen? For example, the agent was scheduled to run at 1:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Did it run or not? Agent schedule service. All right. Yeah, just 20 likes remaining. Shoot, guys, only 16 left, and then we're gonna have to do a cold plunge. All right, let's do some pull-ups in the meantime. Let's go. So somebody just asked what we're building. So we're building View Creator, and we've already launched open beta. We have over 1,000 users. I think it's 1,200 now. MRR is at 400 a month. And yeah, I mean, I think that, we've only been working on it since day 20. So we've been working on it for 77 days now, very early on. I kind of, because of the past startup work that I've done, I'm able to relate it to other startups. And this one's going really fast with the amount of traction that we have with the BridgeMind community and what we've built and the potential and how many users we have. I'm very, very optimistic about the future. Next.js, Nest, and Postgres. I've got 96 gigs of RAM. 96. All right, guys, we want 12 more likes, then we're going to have to do a cold plunge. Are we going to have to, or are we going to get to? It's all about perspective, right? Oh, shoot, we got 10 likes left. I'm going to have to throw on the swim trunks here soon. All right, so this is going to be really interesting once we get to a place where we're able to start testing this. Yeah, 10 likes left. Shoot. 8 likes. Okay. So this one's going right now. Yeah, the Next.js vulnerability. Yeah, I already patched that. Yeah, 6 more likes, guys. Shoot. 4 more likes. And then I'll have to switch to the FBI cam, and we'll go and we'll do a cold plunge. All right, 1 more like. Rubber ducky. All right, shoot, guys. Here we are. Oh, we did it. All right, 301. All right, well, you guys know what that means. I'm a man of my word. 300 likes, cold plunge. So I'm gonna go. I have to change on my swim trunks, and then we're gonna go downstairs. We're gonna go to the garage. So give me 1 second, guys. This agent's running. I'm gonna go change in my swim trunks, and I'll be back, guys. W's in the chat. All right, chat. I'm back. All right, we hit 300 likes. All right, end the poll. All right. Well, this is still working. Let me see. I don't want to crash the stream. All right. Fingers crossed we don't crash the stream here. But I think if I switch here, I can add in a audio input. And the audio input is going to be... Hold on here. I think it's the... Hold on, is it this? All right, chat. All right, hold up. Is it this? Or no? Okay, I think it's the right one. All right, let me know, chat. All right, we're doing a cold plunge, chat. Yeah, I got the max plan. All right, so let me grab the FBI cam. I think it's this. Yeah, I think we're good. All right. So I think this is the right. Yeah. All right, so yeah, here's the setup, guys. All right, so we're doing a cold plunge here. All right, guys. Are we good? All right, I think we're good. All right. All right, so here's the cold plunge. Here's what we're dealing with right here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the camera up here. I'm gonna like angle it in a way that you guys can see here. And then we'll do a cold plunge. I gotta set up the cold, this is the cold plunge cam. Hold on here. Maybe you guys can see this. All right. All right, here we are. I'm gonna have to check the stream to see if you guys can see this. right, chat. Set a timer for 2 minutes. Open timer. Whew. Dang, chat. It's cold. That was cold, chat. That was cold. Hold up here. That was cold. What do you guys think, chat? Thanks for 300 likes. All right, hold on. I'm gonna need to. Whew. What's up, guys? We hit 300 likes, so I did a cold plunge. I'm gonna basically dry off real quick, but guys, we're gonna go for 6 hours today. We're just getting started. So I'm gonna go change back into my clothes, and we're gonna keep going. Like I said, you know, the cold plunges are great to refresh your mind, and I feel great now. So let's get it, guys. Give me like a couple minutes, I'll be back. All right, what's up, chat? I'm back. Captain Vibe Code. Let's go. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I mean, here's my perspective. All right, you know, let me put these on. Let's get back to grinding. Here's the thing, guys. You know, we have to keep moving forward, and like I said, you have to have the staying power to stay in the arena for long enough. And hey, the reason that we do the cold plunges is because my mind is now refreshed. I'm ready to go. I mean, I'm like shaking and shivering and stuff, but I'm ready to go. And we just have to keep pushing ourselves, all right? Let's go. Cody, let's go. Welcome. Okay. All right, also guys, a new goal. We've never hit 400 likes before. Let's hit 400 likes today. Let's hit 400 likes because we're gonna go for 6 hours. We still have 3 hours left. And I mean, we could hit 500 likes. The Rubber Duck said, I need this energy without the Red Bull and black coffee. Let's set a new like record, 500 likes. Jason, what's up? All right, we're going to set a new likes record for this channel. We're going to hit 500 likes, all right? All right, we're going to try and set a new record, 500 likes, guys, because we're going to grind until we get there, all right? Jason said that last 2 days I've been so locked in. 10 hours a day with anti-gravity. Dang, dude. All right, so we're going to try this. We're going to be able to try this now. And let's see. I'm going to check it out. All right, so did this work? Let's see. All right, so let's sign in. We can go to agents here. I'm like shaking still. I'm like, here. It takes a minute for your body to like warm back up. Let me check it out. All right, so. All right, there we go. All right, chat pulled up. 500 likes equals 24-hour stream. Shoot. All right, so let's go over to agents. And what we're trying to do is this agentic functionality. We need it so that it actually will run automatically, right? So let's change this 1 to 143. And I'm like shaking still. Oh my gosh. All right. So 143, so we'll see what happens in the logs once we hit, that's 1 minute from now. So I'm like shaking still. Scheduled agent run for this, so you can see that update. Scheduled agent run in queued. Do you guys see this? So it's in queued. Exist said, bro, I want to join you in this. This is sick. Thank you, man. Yeah, just join the Discord community. All right, schedule marked as run. So it said it ran it. We'll see. Some of the Xcode suggestions don't work. I normally turn those off. I don't know. Generating image. Okay, it is running. Guys, it's running. It's running. Okay, the question is, can it actually post to the platforms? You guys see the logs? Look, created and locked theme for run, creating agent context, creating new agent theme, image generation completed successfully, publishing to Instagram, publishing. So, okay, so it's publishing to Instagram right now. Wow, guys, this is huge. Publishing Instagram media. Wow, publishing to X. Holy crap. W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat. Because this is actually running. So it looks like this works. We'll confirm that here in a second. Wow. Wow, chat. This is huge. All right, so let's see. So it did run. It ran. Now, let's go here. And let's see. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Okay, so I don't care about the post. I care about the functionality, right? Because we can make it better. But look at that, guys. It did run fully. Wow. W's in the chat, guys. That's huge. And if you guys haven't already followed me on X, there's a link in the description below. But that's crazy. That is insane. That's crazy. So step into the world of vibe coding with our latest infographic. I mean, that's garbage content, right? But the underarching principle is there. The underarching fundamental, the functionality is there. Sorry, the cold plunge got me. But wow. So then let's go over to Instagram. Did it post on Instagram as well? Let's see. Boom. There it is on Instagram. Wow. And then let's check over on Facebook. Yeah, W's in the chat. Let's go. All right, got it. All right. Wow. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Thank you, J35. Oh my gosh, that is insane. All right, so it worked. So now we just have to figure out, hey, what's next? What can we do now to iterate on this? But let's push. So this, now that we're at this point, I am going to deploy to the dev branch. Vibe pulled. Wow, I mean, that's incredible. Yeah, that's a dopamine hit. That's incredible. So, I mean, geez, okay. So it works. So now we just have to figure out, what do we want to do now that it works, right? What do we want to do? Well, there's like a couple things, like the time slots here isn't really great. Next run in 1 minute. Like this is weird. Does it work on mobile? Yeah. I mean, there's no reason it wouldn't work on mobile. It may look different. I mean, if we, like, are you saying does it look good on mobile? Because here's what it looks like on mobile, but it works the same on mobile. All right, so here's our run. So at 12:43, here's that run. Here are the steps, and then here, let's just ask Opus. First of all, now that we have this done and working, I think we need to ask Opus, hey, you know, let's. I mean, could you improve the styling of the UI here? Review it in depth, and as you can see, it says like 13. It has HHMM, and while HHMM is what we have in our database, we need to make it more readable for the user on the front end. Wow, guys, this is incredible. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We've got 168 people watching. The goal today is we're gonna do a 6-hour stream here, and you know, really the goal is that we want to hit 500 likes today. We've never hit 500 likes. We're gonna try and set a record. Thank you. Also, Linux just dropped our Discord community. If you've not already joined the Discord, the Bridgemind Discord community, I want to give a quick shout out to new members that have joined today. We just crossed 1,300 members. So a quick shout out to Kay, Pay to Wipe, Astra, Vin, JS. Welcome to the community, guys. I'm happy that you guys are here. All right. This is fine. I did not like what you did. You made it look worse on larger screen sizes. Completely rethink your approach. All right, also, I'm going to get the FBI cam back up and running. Hold on, it's like on. I'll be right back. FBI cam. All right, is this working? All right, there we go. All right, perfect. All right, FBI cam, good. All right, here we are. Save some water for the data centers. Yeah. All right, let's go, chat. We're 150 likes away from a 500 record. I mean, that's insane. I mean, that shows you the strength of this community. So shout out to you guys. You know, I'll keep switching it up. I'll keep doing things to make it better and better. Remember, this is just the beginning. All right, 1:43 p.m. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Can we reach 200 watching? Maybe. All right, yeah, 179 watching. Can we reach 200? Let's see. All right, we got, so at 143, this is active. So, like, right now it's automates it draft. But one thing I want to show you guys is, like, now, let's go to create agent, right? So we're going to go to create agent, and we're going to do text only, okay? And what I want to show you guys is, for example, like, hey, can we make it so that you can just completely automate X, right? Like, go to text only. And or like, I mean, you can do single image only as well, but let's do text only, and then let's do X, right? And if we go to X, and we can do either run once, or now what we've been working on today is we can now click recurring, and we can schedule this to run at a specific time slots daily, or we can do weekly, right? And specify which times each week, like maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday at these times, right? But Bog said that he loves the stream. Appreciate it, man. Also, for those of you that are just tuning in, make sure that you like and subscribe. We're trying to get to 500 likes today. We're working on our agentic functionality for complete end-to-end social media automation. So let's go here, and like, just as an example, let's just do daily at 1:55, okay? Because that's 4 minutes from now, okay? And we're going to improve upon this week and make this a lot better. But 1:55 and we need to make that UI better, but it's fine for now. 1:55, and then click set up agent. So now here's our like draft, right? And this is very simple. It kind of just gives people like a base of, all right, like here's the start, then you have a plan, and then you can publish it, right? What MacBook do I use? I have a couple different Macs. So I have a M3 Ultra Studio, and then I also have an M4 Max. But like, let's do this, and let's do like vibe coding agent, right? Vibe coding X agent. So all I want this agent to do, I just want to wake up and then make a post about vibe coding. I want this agent to make a post about vibe coding. Plan. Do in-depth analysis and come up with a formatted post about vibe coding. It should be structured in a way that is suitable for X. All right, and then publish. Publish the posts. I don't know. We'll work on this. Because remember, you know, save as draft or create agents. Let's click create agent. Agent created. So it's creating everything as drafts. I wonder why. Let's go to the code base and figure out why. So if I go to, is the enum? What are the enums for this, right? So agent status queued running succeed fail. So that's not it. It's agent. Job status agent. What the heck? All right, agent. Let's just find all enums related to agents. So agent. So agent step purpose, nope. Agent run context, nope. Agent, nope, nope, nope. Pending. Is just everything draft? Is that not an enum? Yeah, I do get the Peter Parker thing a lot. All right, campaign status, blog status. Okay, it's literally just those two. Okay. Create an in-depth README about all your work here. Once you build the app and stuff and publish it, how do you market it? So that's like, yeah, so we have marketing streams for that. All the arts, what's up, man? So, you know, what's interesting is that we're building a social media marketing agent. That's what View Creator is. It's a social media marketing platform that automates social media marketing. So what we're trying to do is get it to the point where that question that you're asking becomes a lot simpler to answer, because it just is able to automate the entire process, right? So hold on, let me move the desk down for a second here. Just want to put my socks on here. What do you guys think of the cold plunge? Because we could start doing that every day. We're like, hey, if we hit a certain light goal, we'll do XYZ, or if we, do XYZ, we'll do, because here's the thing, is kind of what I talk about staying power. One thing that's important is that you have to be able to adjust and adapt to the times, right? And I'll give you guys like an interesting perspective. Like, there's people that they do stuff, like this, and they'll just die out because they don't understand that, like, hey, if you just create like the same old boring stuff all day and you don't adapt and adjust to the times, then you're gonna die off, right? And I think like one thing that you guys should know is that this is only the beginning of what I have planned here, and there's a lot more coming that's gonna be really, really cool. And like the cold plunge stuff is one, that's like, WDN and I actually talked about it once. He was like, hey, this is going to grow and evolve. And shout out to WDN. He actually gave me some really good advice. I don't know if he's here, but yeah, I mean, it definitely resonated. I'll tell you that much. Dave Chill said, I'm new here. That's awesome, man. Welcome. All right, so 155. Oh, so it's actually going out right now, isn't it? So let's see. So it is active. So you guys see that this does work. So is it running? Did it run? So I literally told it looks like it posted. Here, you can see the post ID in the logs. Did it work? Yeah, so look at this. So guys, I was creating X posts while I was putting my friggin' socks on. Look at this. So if I refresh this now, do we have a post that's made? Wow. Okay, so first of all, this post is garbage, which is fine. We're more focused on the mechanism of it. But you can see here that dive into vibe coding with our in-depth analysis, discover structured and formatted techniques to enhance your coding skills. Vibe coding, coding analysis, right? And, that's over on my X if you guys want to check it out. There's a link in the description. But, something that's very interesting, and actually I'll drop the my X if you guys want to go look at what we're doing right now. Oh, Dan's here. Dan, let's go. Yeah, I work with AI to code completely. So something that's really interesting about this, and you guys can go check out the post, is like, hey, now we do have this working, right? And we're going to have to polish some things up, but you guys can see the power of it. It's like, hey, if we can make it so that it not only is able to create the post, but maybe if there's a step where it's able to search for trending topics. Like, let's say that I want to post about vibe coding 5 times a day, right? And maybe make like a firm statement that's formatted like right here. This isn't that good because it's like, hey, it's a paragraph format. It's not that good. It kind of says nothing. Like, hey, this is not good. The content is not good, but the idea, the concept is good, right? So we're going to have to iterate and improve this. So something that I also want to take a look at is this context of that content bank. So if you guys have been watching, another thing that we've been working on today is this concept of a content bank. So if I go over to profiles, these agents, you can actually choose to hook them up to a profile. And what I want to do is I want to make it so that you can build up a content bank, okay? And then with that content bank, so you have, like, I see it two different ways, okay? You have AI content generation, which is not there yet, in my opinion. I mean, maybe for like, not really there yet, to be honest. AI content generation is not there yet. It will be, not there yet. And then you also have like the ability of these agents to be able to wake up, look at your content bank, and be able to select certain actual previously curated content out of your content bank, and then be able to create the metadata and post it to the platforms at a specific time. So that's what we were working on at the start of the stream, and that's also done. So here we have that content bank. So now what I'm thinking about is I'm thinking, okay, how do we blend this content bank with the agent system? Well, we have our publishing mechanism working. We have our content bank system working. Well, all we need to do is make it so that there is a step that's you can put in your agentic process where the agent will look up, it'll wake up, and it'll go through its process. It'll go to the content bank that's associated with that profile. It'll pull in the different content and be able to select, maybe randomly, maybe intelligently, what has not. It's going to be, it does have something in it. It has a column that says, has it already been posted or not? So it can wake up, can look at it, can say, okay, which ones have not been posted and how can I post that, right? And that's what we're looking at here. So what this would allow people to do is this would allow it to make it so that you can actually, go in and just upload, like if I use Opus Clip or if I use the AI clipping agent inside of ViewCreator, I can create a bunch of clips, put them in my content bank, and then just set the agent to run once every day or once every other day, and it's able to do it, right? So I'm interested in that 100%. I want to see if we can do it. Okay, great work. I now need you to think about something. I want you to take a look at our agentic functionality, and I need you to take a look at the functionality associated with the content bank. What I want to build is I want to build the ability so that users can add a step inside, like a node, inside of the agent system where there's a step so that the user doesn't have to, like right now we have create image and create video, which is where the AI will actually create the image or create the video respectively. But I want to make it so that we have a step where it'll wake up. It'll be a step where it looks at the content bank associated with the profile that the agent is attached to, and it will be able to choose content from the content bank to post. What matters is the content type of the agent. So for example, if it's a text-only agent, you can't add this. But if it's an image only, if it's an image agent, like a single image agent, it would be able to wake up on this step, go to the content bank, find an image that has not yet been posted, and then be able to use that for the post. So when publishing, it would use this pre-existing image to publish. It would generate the metadata based off of the image. Same thing for like a single image video. It would need to wake up on this step, go to the profile, look at the content bank, identify a 9:16 video that has not yet been posted, and be able to post it respectively. Review this in complete depth and identify the existing entity and database architecture, and tell me whether or not this is doable now. All right. I'm gonna put an ultra think on this. I've created, and then I'm also going to do the agent schedule fix. No, I meant an overarching README on our agent design where you're able to do the scheduling, not just that particular fix. Okay, Dan said, in terms of being able to chef up something that feels more natural. Okay, wait, he said you should low-key use Grok behind the scenes for the text generation posts. I feel that has the best handle on what works given they own the data training set from X. Yeah, that's a good point. I agree. All right. Also, if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's drop in these here. I'm going to use the restroom real quick while these agents work. I will be right back. Let's go. All right, let's go chat. Okay, all the ARCs asked, I don't know if this is a dumb question, but how would this be different than having an NA8 workflow do the same thing? So, you know, NAN, what's the limitation there? Well, if you don't have the connections to be able to post to the APIs, then yeah, I mean, that's not impossible, right? So what ViewCreator does is we have those connections to the social media APIs so that you can actually publish. And that's the biggest thing. It's like, hey, content creation is one thing, but, you know, actually integrating with those endpoints is another. Dan said that the content bank as a tool for create like content toggle that lets you select 2 to 3 pieces of content from the bank. Gemini analyzes them. New content is created inspired by the references. I really like that idea. So what Dan's saying, also shout out to WDan. There's a reason that we call him WDan. So what he's saying is, hey, the content bank, and Dan, I think that this is a little bit more, and maybe these just need to be combined, right? But so remember, we have the brand assets, and then we also have the content bank. So 2 different things. So, man, I think that, yeah, I mean, those are definitely 2 different things. Like, assets would be, like, logos. Assets would be, I don't know, supporting marketing, whereas content would be content. But Dan said this idea being less resource intensive and allows a user to take validated outputs as a strong reference for the newly generated content. Yeah. I mean, that's so easy. We can do that now. You know, if we go over to the agents, and we go like, this is a coding X agent, so let's go here, vibe coding infographic, right? Like, let's go to edit here. And if I go to the image, like, you can't upload reference images, right? So I think, like, hey, what you could do is you could do upload, but then you could also have a choose from content bank option, right? Yeah. So reference materials. Yeah, 100%. Also, guys, we're at 380 likes. The goal today, we've never hit 500 likes, so we're going to try and do that on stream today. Like I said, I'm going to be going for 6 hours, so the stream's really just getting started. You know, we're at 3 hours and 52 minutes. We got 2 hours. Let's hit it, guys. Let's go. Yeah, I'm interested as to what we can do there. So we did do this. I also want it now. I think it's best to create a separate agent for this. So I'm going to launch a new agent here. And I'm going to drop in just like the agent page. And, Kasha, what's up, man? Welcome. All right. Yeah, I vibe code. The thing with SaaS is, like, I mean, in some SaaS you like close, but a lot of it's just, hey, people will see it. SEO. I have no idea how I got, like, for example, the 2 Ultra users that we got last week, I have no idea where they came from. And that kind of sucks. But I'm like, hey, I don't know what I did to drive $100 of revenue across those 2 users. Like, hey, why did they subscribe that day, right? Or like, why did they? I don't know why they did that. I don't know where they came from. I don't know if they came from the stream. I don't know where they came from. So thanks, Kasha. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the agents builder and let's see, hey, in this module, for example, single image, Instagram, X, Facebook. Fine, that's fine. Like, let's say that you select, let's say you do, we'll just trigger this. Let's say that you do image. Like, here is what we're talking about, image step and video step. We'll go here. Review the agents builder page and specifically review this screenshot. As you can see, users are able to upload reference images to these image steps. But as you'll note, if you look at the entities, you'll see the profiles entity, and you'll notice a content bank and a assets column. I want users to be able to select from either the content bank or the assets to be able to upload images. When they're doing that, they should be able to select a specific profile that they want to upload images from, and then it should render in a modal where they can select different assets or content from their content bank, review this in complete depth, and generate the API routes for this, and then update the front end respectively. All right, shout out to WDan. I think that's a good idea. UltraThink, let's go. Let's go, chat. W's in the chat. This is going to be a big one. I've got Posthog for analytics. Also, guys, we're up to 390 likes. We got 500 likes, like goal today. Yash said that he has started his own AI security vertical, and man, it's tough to close the first client. Love your energy and hustle. Hey, shout out to you, man. Appreciate it. Keep it going, bro. All right, see here. Yeah, we're about to hit 400. Shout out to Jesse. Appreciate you, man. How long did it take you to make all that money, man? 97 days. The revenue, you know, it's interesting because, like I said earlier this morning, it's like, also, let's move the desk up a little bit. You know, what's written on the board today, the phrase that's on the board is literally just staying power, right? Because I was thinking about it, and I won't share what made me even kind of think of this, but I was looking at somebody else that was, you know, getting into the space, and I just thought to myself, hey, I hope that this person succeeds. And I was just thinking about it, and I was like, whether this person succeeds or not is going to be completely dependent on their staying power. I was like, hey, when it gets tough, are they going to keep going? And that's what made me think of it. I was like, that's just interesting that matters so much with whatever you guys are doing. And that's just the way I think. I'm not trying to like preach to you guys, but I'm just sharing the way that I think, because I'm like, hey, with what I'm doing, I'll give you guys an example. You know, when we were doing the channel and doing all the live streams and stuff, there was a moment that was pretty tough, and I don't know if you guys will remember it, but I'll just give you guys this example just from my perspective, okay? So, okay, this one actually just finished, already exists, profile. Okay, so it says that this architecture is absolutely doable. The key pieces are here. Yes, I want you to create a structured plan before implementing any code, review it in complete depth, and then create a structured README file with a plan. Okay, so I like to plan out, but back to what I was saying, you know, there was a time where it was maybe like around day, I don't know what day, maybe like day 50 to 60, but it was after we had just hit like 5,000 subscribers, and some of the OGs may remember this, but you know, oh, we just had 400 likes, by the way, guys, thank you so much. But there was a moment where it was maybe for like a 2-week period where engagement, the community started growing way slower, everything kind of slowed down, and I was like, oh man, and it was tough, right? And it was after we had hit 5,000. Like, we had hit 5,000 and everyone was saying, oh, it's going to be so easy now to get to 10, right? But I kid you not, there was like a 2-week period where I was telling myself, I was like, what am I doing wrong? I was like, what's happening? Like, you know, I'm being myself. I'm doing what I was normally doing on the stream. Like, you know, and the stream definitely plays a key role in the ultimate mission of BridgeMind, as you guys know what the mission is. And I was like, dang, like, what's going on? What's going on? And I could literally, I mean, I'll be honest, it was tough. You know, it was really tough. But the thing is that I have proven, and I think you guys have seen this as well, is that I'm a person that has staying power. And, you know, I was able to push through that. And now on the backside of that, we're doing incredibly well. But the thing is, and I'll tell you this, I had to think, how do I break through this obstacle? How do I get through this this slow point? What am I doing wrong? How do I come up with new ideas to do X, Y, Z to achieve my goal, right? And I had to have the staying power. I had to have these different things in place, and I had to change some things around. I had to pivot. I had to figure it out, and I did figure it out. Like, hey, do you guys want to know why we're in this room now? You guys know why we're in this room? I'll give you a hint. It was because I knew some things had to change. I was like, yeah, people are getting bored of this. I was like, we need to take it a level up. And to W. Dan's point, you know, when I was talking to him, it's like, hey, we're going to keep improving and improving on what these streams are. I always want to be authentic. I'm not going to turn into a content creator. Like, I see some of these content creators, like Alex Finn, Ray Fernando, and I watch some of their streams. I'm like, man, this is boring. It's like watching paint dry. And I don't say that to like, you know, bash those guys. I'm just saying, hey, that's not what I'm trying to be, if that makes sense. That's not what I want to become. So in order to not do that, I'm going to have to change some things. I'm going to have to adjust to some things. I'm going to have to learn. I'm going to have the staying power so that in those moments where things slow down, or in the context of like whatever you guys are working on in the projects that we are all working on, like with View Creator or these different certain things, there's always so many factors that are involved. And yeah, I mean, if you let, you know, that pace slowing down, or if you let these certain things like stop you in your tracks or discourage you, and you don't have the staying power to push through them, then you're going to fail. And that's why staying power is so important. And I mean, you guys have no idea. I mean, you probably do. I think we all do. The potential that the Bridgemind community has, it's absolutely insane. Yeah, he said every 10x gets easier, my man. Let's go, man. I appreciate that, big boy Bill. Let's go. Yeah, J35 said playing Kerncraft on every 400 sub. That's true as well. That helps. The Adderall thing is killing me. Oh my gosh. That's like, I brought it up. I shouldn't have brought it up. I mean, you guys already know that I'm a high energy individual, so... You guys are cracking me up. Can I check Discord General? 100%, man. Hey.
I created View Creator so I can automate my socials, and now I can save the world.
This is what J35 just made.
I created View Creator so I can automate my socials, and now I can save the world.
All right. All right. So manifesting, compacting conversation. Baby Too Crazy said, like your energy, bro. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, high on life. Well said. Okay, EMV just said, I'm new here. What have you built so far? So right now we have 2 agents running, but I'll give you guys a brief overview of View Creator. So really the whole purpose of View Creator in one sentence is social media automation. We're creating AI agents that are able to create and publish content for you. And what we're working on now is the ability for users to just have to set up these AI agents that are then able to go all the way from content ideation to creation to actual content scheduling and posting, right? And in this stream, we already have the framework for that working. As you guys know, if you guys go to my X account, we posted a couple things to X. Now, the quality of these posts is not good, and we're going to improve this, but we were able to create these completely automated, right? And really, the long-term vision of View Creator is this idea that AI content creation is going to have a ChatGPT-like moment. And, you know, I was kind of like drawing some things up on the board here, but video gen, like right now, the quality is not good and it's very expensive. Like you can only create an 8-second video. And what's going to happen is we're going to have a ChatGPT-like moment for AI content generation as soon as we get to the point where you can create like 30-second videos that have pretty good quality, aren't super expensive, and are fast to make, which will happen, right? So what we're doing is we're getting into this market before we get to that equilibrium point where it makes sense for people to actually switch over and start doing that for full use. Jason asked, did you start this project when GPT-5 launched or Claude 4? We started this project it was on day 20. You guys can go back to the day 20 stream. That's when we started, but I believe that like the best was at the time to use was GPT-5. We were mainly using GPT-5 back then. Also, we're at 422 likes. If you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm live every single day. I don't take days off. The next day that I'm taking off is Christmas Eve, and that's to spend time with my family. We are grinding every single day. We are a community of vibe coders and builders. Every Sunday we have project sharing events. And yeah, we're grinding, guys. Let's go. Yeah, Eek, I got you, man. All right, so it's definitely doable. So this is the architecture that we're talking about. So what we need to do is we need to add in an additional agent step node. So what are these nodes? What does it mean when it says agent step node, right? Well, if we go over here, let's just go through this. Like, let's say I was doing a single image on Instagram, X, and Facebook, and then these are the accounts that it's gonna publish to. Let's just do once. This add step. So right now it's very simple. We only have 4 nodes. Okay, create plan, create image, create video, and publish content. Okay, those are the 4 nodes that we have. And what these nodes are is they allow you, like, let's just close this. This is the nodes. This is what they look like, right? And then inside of each node, you're able to define like the instructions of that node, right? And they all work cohesively to be able to do what we want to do, which is automate social media marketing, right? So what we need to do now is we are doing like, hey, back to this point that we have, which is, hey, AI content generation is not here yet. So do we have to wait the 1 to 2 years that this is going to take? This is going to take 1 to 2 years to get to a point where there's even, maybe it ends up being like here. It might end up being here, which is still not going to be there yet, right? It'll be usable and it'll be good, but maybe it's not to the point where it makes sense for like the average everyday person to get there. So what we're doing is we're thinking up the idea of a content bank. And what a content bank is going to be is a content bank is where you're able to upload pre-existing built assets to a profile. So if I go to profiles here, what you're going to be able to see, if we go to BridgeMind, I can now upload different content to my content bank, okay? And what we're working on here with this agent is we're going to build a new node where this agent wakes up, right? And it has a step where instead of it being a create image step or create video step, which is video generation or content generation, like AI image generation or video generation, instead, it's going to, on that step, it's going to go to your content bank and it's going to be able to select a pre-uploaded piece of content that you uploaded to that profile. So instead of you having to write any of the metadata or plan or schedule, this agent's just able to wake up, go to your content bank, find a post that you have not already posted that you have uploaded, and post it to the respective platform. So, I see the use case for this because, hey, if I use Opus Clip or I use some other clipping agent, what I'm going to be able to do is I'll just upload 50 clips and just set up an agent to wake up 5 times a day and go pull in posts that have not yet been posted and post them to the platforms, right? So I think that's what we're doing. All right, so this is 100% doable. Okay, I need you to create this new node and this new functionality so that this could be an added step. Review this and review how this will be implemented across the entire stack. Charch asked, any advice for a new vibe coder? I get asked that question a lot, and really my biggest recommendation is that you just get started building, because there are certain workflows, certain things that you need to understand, and the only way to understand them is through actual practice, right? So I would recommend that. Update the plan and create the plan accordingly. It needs to be across the whole stack. New user said taking Christmas Eve off is unacceptable. J35 said, was Sonnet 4, I think, at that time, and we got 1 mil context for Sonnet 4. Yeah, I remember that. And that's still a pretty good, a good model. Little Dio said, this guy is like Tom Holland V2 upgraded and improved with Opus 4.5. That's hilarious. All right, how's this doing? All right, the implementation is complete. So now we should be able to select images from a specific content bank. Do I use N8N locally for free? No, I don't use N8N. I built a system myself. So let's go to edit agent. Actually, is this, okay. Okay, browse profile media. Wow, wow. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Is W Dan here? W Dan, is he here? Wow. Piano at 500 likes. We could do piano. Wow. That's awesome. So do you guys see what's happening here? So this, instead of having to upload every time, now you can go here and you can select between your different profiles and you're able to choose different assets out of your content bank, right? So it's even able to pull up, it's able to know, okay, like for BridgeMind, here, I mean, we just uploaded that to our assets, right? So here's the view creator logo. So I can now add that, and now let's say create an image, create an infographic image. I mean, that's not really, I mean, we can test it. Hold on, let's start fresh. But I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that. That worked out well. Yeah. All right, and we have 436 likes, so we are only 64 likes away from our 500 like goal. If you guys are watching and have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, what are the issues here? It just looks like a couple, yeah, hydration issues. That's fine. Wait, which one did that? Oh, this one. Fix the errors here. Also, guys, let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups. How did you use your own system? Is there a guide for it? I just made it, like, if you go back, I mean, that's the interesting thing is that, you know, I've documented this entire journey. So, you know, I don't know what day we did that, but it was maybe around, like, I don't know, maybe day 4. Yeah, I have no idea when we did that. Maybe day 40? I don't know. Let's hit some push-ups, though, guys. Push-ups and pull-ups. Let's go. If you guys haven't already done push-ups and pull-ups, guys, we got to stay on the grind, and doing push-ups and pull-ups helps the energy keep flowing. It helps you get in good shape. We got to stay healthy, guys. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right. Wow. Opus 4.5 is nuts. This was not possible a couple months ago. Off of one shot? Yeah, no. This literally was not possible. That's crazy. I mean, you're talking about a technology where a couple months ago that wasn't possible. That's insane. All right, so let's test this. Also, we need to launch a couple more agents. CD, view creator UI, or nah, it's fine. We'll do Claude, and then run. All right, perfect. All right. Shree X said 450 likes, WTF, crazy W community. Please join the Discord, guys. It's 1 a.m. here. Let's go, Shree X. Yeah, Claude Opus is definitely better than Gemini 3 Pro, 100%. Yeah. Opus for coding and Gemini 3 for UI, creating, I would say like a lot, that's like becoming the standard, right? People are saying, oh, it's so good at UI, but there are also cases where, you know, Gemini 3 Pro is totally flopped at the UI and Opus was able to get it, right? So, you know, I will say yes and no. I think it depends. J35, shout out to him. J35, how'd you get the, yeah, if you guys haven't followed me on X, go do that. But J35, how did you get that set up? Did Linux do that? Or who did that? Because I didn't do that. Well, one thing I want to say, shout out to our mod team. Linux, J35, Jesse. I mean, also Imperium is now, he's an admin. Nova is now a mod. Carter, Max. Shout out to you guys. Because I don't know what I would do without you guys. You know, the reason that this community is so strong is because we have a great team that believes in the mission. And I just really appreciate you guys. Thank you. J35, I did that within chat? Okay. Nice. All right, let's run the build here in View Creator Creator UI as well, just to make sure. Like, you always want to make sure that you're fixing this. Rob said you inspired me to start vibe coding live. Let's go, Rob. All right. Oh my gosh, J35, let's go. Oh, gotcha. J35 is genius. Wow. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, J35. Let's go. What a team. Do I see a viable... Do you see viable web social gym app nowadays? I'm not sure. I don't know anything about it. All right, perfect. Run npm run test and fix any failing tests inside of... And I'm going to drop in the View Creator test directory, or the View Creator API directory. There we go. All right. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, we're only 46 likes away from our 500 like goal. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Pull-ups. Let's go. All right, let's go. Also, is the GLM 4.6V, is it still not available in OpenRouter? Because I really wanted to test that on stream today. Continue. Tariq said looks maxing and vibe coding. Let's go. All right, what is going on here? All right, the context is gone. Oh, shoot. Oh, 3,000? What is 3,000 lines? That's not good. What file is 3,000 lines? What is this? Agent service? Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. MWL said, I just subbed. Thank you, man. He said, I have Opus 4.5 available in Cursor. How do I get it in such nice terminals with voice input like yours? So that's Whisper Flow. So WISPR Flow. And then I just use my Mac terminals, Claude Code. This file is really, really long. Could you go review it? What was the plan that this had? All right, so I'm going to drop this into a new chat. The context limit got hit, and it couldn't auto-compact. So, yeah, 3,000 lines is way too long. So let's actually, I'm going to launch another agent here. Review this work that another agent was doing, but then the context got too low, and it couldn't compact. It kind of errored out. What was the plan file that it was working from? Could you find the README that was associated with what that agent was working on? All right, I'm going to drop in the to-dos. So this is almost like context handoff here, you guys are seeing. We're building a social media automation app. All right, I'm going to drop the desk down a little bit. All right, guys, we're 40 likes away from our 500 like goal. We can do it. All right. Oh, geez. That was loud. Sorry, guys.
Love going to the moon.
Neek. Yeah, it's live with over 1,000 users. All right. Okay. Continue with immediate actions. Yeah. Also, guys, I don't know if you guys have seen this. I haven't really talked about it, but there's been a... you know, I think that this community is really headed somewhere. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, like, look at this. 10,892 in one day. Look at this. So we've gained 280 subs today, which is nuts. Like, that's insane. So we're only 8 subscribers away from 10,900. I mean, we could hit 11K today, guys. Look at this. We could potentially hit 11K today. That's insane. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. What tool am I using for vibe coding? I'm using Claude Code mainly. All right, content bank agent step plan. Review this file and then review the code to figure out where it stopped. It looks like it stopped at import content bank and agents module. Look at the to-dos that I've referenced here. Ratty said that the algorithm was favoring you on home page top. Let's go. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm is it's not blessing me, it's blessing you guys. You know, it knows that we're doing something real. Review this in depth, and you are now to continue with the updates. But one thing I will say, guys, just a lot of people ask this. They say, hey, what do you do? How do you work on these agents all at once, right? we're going to have to work with this agent first before we're able to work with this agent, and I'll tell you why. This agent, do you see where it's working? Do you see how it's working in like node palette, agent step node? It's working in the content bank. It's working in the agents module. It's working in the agent service. And what I want to be careful of now is I know that these agents are a little bit too close together. And people ask all the time, they say, hey, are you working in different work trees? No, I work in the dev branch. And you just have to be mindful of where the agents are. And now I know, okay, this agent is working over in the, look at this, agent service right here. So I'm not going to kick off a task with this agent that's going to go work in the same directory and mess everything up. I'm going to let this one finish. Now, I can launch an additional agent somewhere else in the code base, but right now I have to be careful. So I'm going to let this one finish until I give this one any follow-up. So that's just like something that is a thinking process there for you guys. Opus for sure. Over 1,000. I don't know the exact amount. I haven't checked. I think it's like 1,200 now. I've been saying 1,000 for like a week and a half. All right, guys, we're only 30 likes away from our 500 like goal. Really appreciate the support today, guys. We're actually, this is a new record for us. Ratty said that a lot of prompting on how to refine agent tasks is my next learning curve. Yeah, I think a lot of people discount vibe coding, and you'll even see it, especially in the live streams and stuff. They'll discount it. You'll have a couple of bashers come in here from time to time, which is fine, very normal. And what's interesting is that there is such a skill in vibe coding that that's the thing is it's like, hey, if you don't learn this skill, if you don't learn agentic workflows and agentic tooling, you will be left behind. So obviously in 5 years, my prediction is that there's going to be no more manual programming at all. None. I don't think there's going to be any. So that's just my prediction. You can look at the past 3 and see the rate of change. And even the past one year has been absolutely nuts. So, we'll see. But let's use Gemini here while this agent is running, and let's start doing some UI stuff. Let's go to a new agent here, and let's start to use Gemini. I want you to reformat and restyle this page. Stay on theme, but I want to make it completely different in style. Revamp it. Oh, hold up. All right, let's go here. Diego said, what is dying first, back-end or front-end developing? Well, they're not dying, they're changing. So people keep talking about, software development dying and, it replacing programmers. And here's the thing, is that it's not it's going to replace programmers. It's just that, hey, you're going to have vibe coders that are probably going to start to, and vibe coders meaning, like, I think people have a wrong connotation or understanding towards vibe coders. They see it as somebody that has no idea what's going on, somebody that's just prompting incessantly. And really what it is a vibe coder is a next generation software developer that understands agentic tooling and agentic workflows and understands how to build with AI. So file reduced from 3,000, 200, that's like none. Move forward with your to-dos. Yeah, so that's going to extract it a little bit more. So image for step, yeah, it's a little bit better. What is my cursor bill? I don't know which tool you use. I use cursor in my work and personal project. My bill is about $300 per the month. Yeah. So the thing about cursor is that once you get past your bill, like your monthly bill, whatever it is, like for example, I have the Ultra plan and I hit my monthly limit in about 2 weeks. And what happens is I hit it within 2 weeks. And then if I continue to use cursor with usage-based pricing, I would spend $1,000 a month easily just on cursor. So my personal workflow, not that I recommend this, but just my personal is that I like cursor the best, and my cursor plan resets on the 12th. And once it resets, you guys will probably start to see me use it way more. But once I hit my limits, I'm just I'm more careful. And I use Claude Code more because with Claude Code, I've been using Claude Code a ton. And if we go to my usage, I'm on the max plan. I've only used 47% this week. So I pretty much get unlimited AI with Claude Code on a $200 a month plan, which isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. So I think that people need to start normalizing spending more money on AI, because if you look at what you're capable of when you use AI, it's just off the charts in what you're able to do. It's insane. But guys, we are 22 likes away from our goal. Also, let's do a quick check. Did we hit 10,900 subs? Let's see. Let's do a quick check. Let's see. Let's see if we hit it. Yay, thanks guys. All right, 10,904. Appreciate it. Shout out to the community. Oh, wow. All right, so it did definitely do a... It definitely redid it. Wow. I like that. Run logs. Is that a thing? Oh, nice. All right, so I'm gonna have it do the same thing. Same thing. Let's go. But yeah, so that's pretty good usage. Also, guys, we're only 16 likes away from our goal of 500 likes. Let's get it. We're almost there. Ratty said you can take it offline as well and do a lot of work without using credits. Super Combo Gamer said it's always cheaper to go straight to the company for limits and timers, such as Claude Codes versus Cursor and API usage. 100%. Yeah, 100%. So right now, I'm just being careful with my Gemini 3 Pro usage, but one thing to note is like, hey, Opus is expensive. It's not as expensive as Opus 4.1 was. They did cut the price in a third, which makes a big difference. But one thing to know is just, hey, if you go over your Cursor usage limit, you are going to be running up a check. You are going to be running up a ton of money on that. So with that being said, let's pull up my Cursor bill, and I'll actually show you guys how much I'm spending on Cursor this month. I program and use Cursor pretty much every day. So you guys can see here, hey, $200 a month in my subscription, and then I went over by $158. So far this month, my plan resets in 3 days, and I've spent $358 on Cursor, okay? And then on top of that, I had to change to using Claude Code so that I wouldn't run up even more of a check or more of a bill. So you have to be careful with it, but yes, I do think that it is worth it. Like spending $600 a month, at least for me, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. Like that is worth the business investment. Computer Geek said, anyone remember what day he built the N8N alternative? I am not sure. Also, guys, we're over 200 watchers. Anybody that's new, welcome to the stream. I'm live every single day. I don't take days off, and I'm not an influencer. I'm not on that fake, goofy content creator stuff. I'm building a real project. I'm building the community, and the Bridgemine community, if you guys want to check out, and it's linked in the chat as well as in the description down below, but we are one of the fastest growing vibe coding communities on the internet, and there's nothing that's going to stop us. We're just getting started. Oh, J35 just dropped in a really good command. So he dropped in a command that I can use. And if I use this command, it's actually going to show my usage in terms of the dollar amount that I've used for Claude, which let's try that. Oops, I left off a T there. All right, so check this out, guys. So also shout out to J35. So check this out. So you guys can now see my usage for Claude to see, okay, what am I using? And note that this is my total usage ever, right? But you can see day by day. So let's just look up like, hey, the past week, how much usage have I gotten out of it in terms of like cost per the API? So if I was using Cursor and going through like cursor-based billing, you can see like, hey, this day I would have spent 90, 75, 90, 50, 9, 87, 6. That was when NS was over. 48, 87. So like today, $87 today. And that's why it's like, hey, once I hit my cursor limit, I'm careful. I am careful as to not run up way more of a check because it is not safe. Like once you get past your limit, I mean, you are going to be running up some pretty serious cash there. Same thing with this page here. Yeah, 87. Markor said, vibe coding isn't bad. Let AI code. The real skill is thinking of good implementations. AI can't do that yet and probably never. Better than your implementation is how you truly understand your project. Yeah, I agree with that. The only thing I would disagree with was that it probably will never be better than you. I think that in the future, the systems that we see now are going to be completely changed. I mean, we will have truly agentic, like AGI level systems. Also, guys, we are 2 likes away from our 500 like goal. 2 likes. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Where are we at for today? I think it was $87. Yeah, if you guys haven't already liked, make sure you do so. Really appreciate the support today. Yep, there it is. 500 likes, guys. Let's go. Shout out to the community. 500 likes. We did it. Wow, we did it faster than I thought, too. Generated results. I'm putting agent, so let me try this. Piano time. You guys want to see the piano recital? Yeah, this is a new PR. Thanks, guys. J35 said piano. You guys want the piano? All right, I don't know how I feel about this one. Let's see this agent here. I mean, this is okay. Piano is calling. Jesse, let's go. We did it. I mean, shoot, we might hit 11K today. Yusuf said, man, I'm just realizing that you have 200 viewers. Yeah, guys, if you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMind community, there's a reason. It doesn't matter how many viewers we have. Because as most of you know, I don't make any money from YouTube or sponsorships. So I'm in this for the community. And I think that that's how it should be. I'm tired of seeing all these AI influencers with their goofy projects. And they're like all hungry for views and stuff. We're trying to be different. All right, so view agent. Let's change this up now as well. Same thing here. Dog named Chip said, he asked, are you using Git? How frequently are you committing changes? I do about once a day. You know, or like after this stream, I'll pull up and commit. But right now, I'm still not at a point where I'm happy. Also, guys, let's hit some, you guys really want the piano. Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys. Let's go. We got a couple agents working for us. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Oh, you guys can't even see the push-ups. I was doing them, though. All right, let's see what this came up with. Oh, this is cool. Recent logs. Execute protocol. That's a little bit calibration mode. Change up the wording of things. It's too technical. For example, you change up the wording to all this complex stuff. Make it easily to understand. Easy to understand. For example, like execution. Just change that to run. Yeah, 600 likes. You guys think we can get 600 on the stream? All right. All right, how about this? If we can get 600 likes, piano. Piano performance, how about that? 600 likes, piano performance. Hold on, piano. There we go. 600 likes equals piano. If we get to 600 likes, we'll do the piano. How about that? We are going for 6 hours today, so we're not even close to done, guys. We're going to keep on grinding. All right, we got to end this poll. Got to start another poll. Oh, whoa, where did the, who's got some, there we go. All right, is this one still running? Complete the remaining task. All right, new poll, guys. 600 likes equals piano performance. Have you liked? Shout out to Linux Thing. So if you guys see, there's a couple of people in the chat. If you guys see that Linux Thing, he is one of our first viewers. He's our community manager on Discord. He's a great guy. And he actually is working on a couple of really interesting projects. I don't want to share too much, but we've got something exciting planned for the Bridgemine community is all I got to say. So if you haven't joined the Discord, make sure you do so. We just hit 1,300 members today. And I think we're going to hit 11,000 subscribers on the stream, guys. I think we could. Definitely possible. Let's check it out. Where are we at? I think we're at, hold on, let's take a look. We're at 10,920. So let's check out the analytics here. 10,920. So we're only 80 away. We're going to be live for like another hour and a half, right? I mean, what time is it? How long have we been streaming? And we're just getting started, right? Only 4 hours and 45 minutes. So yeah, if we can get 80 we can get 80 subscribers in the next hour and 15, right? What is the best model for vibe coding? Probably Opus 4.5. Repovic, what's up, man? Good to see you. Great job, by the way, yesterday. It's going good on my end. All right. Interesting. What's never? So this is about to be updated. Let's go, chat. We're locking in. Magma said, first time here, loving it. Where do you get your app ideas from? Honestly, I just, like, this is what I say. You know, people ask, they say, you know, I don't have an idea. What do I do? You know, I just start building based off of, like, personal needs that I have. And I think that if you build an application off of a personal need that you have, that you know, like, I can use this, and then you do a really good job at creating something that you are passionate about, that you have a vision for, that you believe in, I think that that's going to do, you're going to do yourself some good, for sure. Sunrise said, do you think a system that could build an entire web app by itself would make money? I mean, so that's actually a really interesting question. So I do think yes, and I do think that that's probably the way in the direction that things are headed. I will say, though, that there's a ton of competitors in the space. Like, if you guys want, like, for example, hey, Lovable.dev, right? You got Lovable, you got VO, you've got Bolt. Like, and this is, I'm not even really in that space, right? Which is that next level. And then you even have the same thing for app development. You got Vibe Code app, you got Create Anything, you've got Bloom, you've got Rourke, you got all these, you know, different competitors that are trying to basically be end-to-end vibe coding. And I don't think that we're necessarily there yet. I actually was kind of asking Riley Brown a couple questions about his Vibe Code app. I'm yet to hear back from him. But, you know, it is interesting just to, like, hey, they're trying to get to the point where you can literally just enter a prompt and it's able to create end-to-end for you, right? And I do think that it's going to be possible. Like, that is the interesting part, is that there will be a day where you're able to enter a prompt and you can just go, like, end-to-end. Like, you won't even have to integrate. You won't have to develop at all. It'll go end-to-end completely. So then, you know, kind of why I talk about it is that I think that what's needed is, if it's easier to build than ever before, yeah, the market is going to get saturated like an insane amount. And I think that the next layer is going to be, hey, how good is the marketing that this person is doing? And that's why we're building View Creator. It has a huge correlation with that. All right, this is still working. Client is the best free agent. Somebody said, Anshar said in chat. Adar said, I have always thought of doing this, getting more into social media, build a brand, and then the thought of what my friends think, what my other people think gets me out. Yeah, I mean, that's actually really interesting, you know, and I'll talk a little bit about, you know, when I first got started, if you guys go back to day one, I was literally, and I do it now for basically the meme of it, but I had, you know, my sunglasses on, and I had a hoodie up. And hey, I've kind of shared before, the reason that I was doing that is I was like, I didn't necessarily know if I wanted to put myself out there in a serious way, right? But what I've found is that putting yourself out there and just trying is always going to get you into a better place than if you never tried at all. So, you know, don't let other people hold you back. Don't let the thoughts and opinions of other people hold you back. At the end of the day, you know, it's you versus you. Who cares what they think, man? But guys, we are 47 likes away from 600 likes. We're gonna do a piano performance. It was asked for by the chat, so we're doing it. If we can get there. I don't. Sunrise. This page is a bit overwhelming with too much information. Maybe we could create a new page that has the configuration of the agent. So for example, there's a settings button and that page shows more in-depth settings for that agent instead of having it all here on this page. Neek said only way it could work is if all apps are literally same tech stack and stuff never changes, but then even models are outdated on current syntaxes and stuff, and there's so many libraries and tech stacks. That's actually a really good point by Neek. Yeah, that's a really good point. Because what those different companies are doing, so for example, like with a Lovable or with a Vibe Code app, is they're like, okay, we know how to reverse engineer this full tech stack, right? So let's say they're saying, oh, we're gonna use Convex for the API, and we're gonna use like this type of auth system, and we're gonna use this for billing, and we're gonna use like this for, you know, the AI integrations, whatever, right? And what Neek is saying is that, hey, it's, you know, Jose. Man, I love this community is all I gotta say. You guys are awesome. Let's go, Linux. All right. Agent settings page. That's going to be much better. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're about to pass, I think we can get to 11,000 subscribers on this stream, guys. Because we're only, let's do a quick sub check and see how far away we are. Hold up. So last time we checked, we were at 10,921. And now we're only 58 subscribers away. So I think we can get there today, guys. Look at this. Only 58 away. Which, how many subscribers do we gain a day? It looks like 330. Yeah, 330. So shout out to you guys. Thanks for the support. If you haven't joined the Discord, make sure you do so. Links pinned in the chat. But yeah, this is just too much information on the agent page. Just too much. Like edit agent. Samu said, when I started an eBay store, some people in my school found out about it, and I don't know, they started laughing at me. Every day I would come into school, they would say, little businessman is here. Yeah, man, that's the worst. Yeah, Samu said you just have to not care. Yeah, you just have to not care. All right, so let's see. We just did a big refactoring here. It looks like it did it successfully, which is just crazy that's able to even do that. But now let's actually go and see, is this still working? So if you guys have not actually seen a demo of our agentic functionality, we have gotten this working today, actually. And what I want to do is let's like run this one, and you guys will get to see this run. So we do have it where it's actually doing automated running, but for here, we'll just run it because we just did a big refactoring. I want to make sure that it still works. Agent run. Okay, yikes. All right, so Gemini. Oh, it did do it. All right. All right, so it ran for 14 seconds. Wow. So 14 seconds it ran for. It created a plan, and then it published a post. And probably like something that we're going to be working on tomorrow because I'm live every single day. We're going to work. So here, like, look at this, guys. So this is an issue. So look at this. I'm actually going to have to delete this post now. So do you guys see how I create the exact same content? Yeah, so that's an issue. That's interesting, though. Why did it create the exact same content? I don't like that, but we can figure that out. All right, we're 47 subs away from 11,000. Getting close. All right. Let's just take a screenshot of this. All right, it's this one here. Review this in complete depth. I had 2 agents run, and the agents literally produced the exact same X post, as you can see from the screenshot. It was the same agent, but I'm just confused on why this happened. Review this in depth and fix. How do we make sure that agent runs produce different results? Diagnose and pinpoint what would be causing the exact same content to be produced, because that seems excessive. The exact same content? What the heck? John said that devs can vibe code as long as they are following the team code pattern, principle, and security. In short, they know what they are doing. Just Sharon. Yep. Well said, John. Oh, shoot. I think we're going to get to 600 likes here soon. We're only 23 likes away. So, at 600 likes, I'm gonna show you guys I'm gonna do a little piano performance. It was asked for, so I'll play the piano. All right, this is to study what is potentially off in our agent run. I need complete documentation of each system prompt for anything related to agent runs. Do an in-depth review and then create the README respectively. And in your documentation, make sure that you document where that system prompt is used and why. Yeah, I remember when Sam used to be like the, he used to be at the top. Have you heard Ilya? Ilya, whatever his last name, I don't know how to pronounce it. But have you guys heard Ilya talk about Sam? It's creepy. He's like, Sam knows how to play the power game. If you guys have ever seen Ilya talk on Sam. Because oh, actually, you know what it was? It wasn't, Ilya never talked on Sam. It was literally in there was a lawsuit, and he had to speak in the lawsuit. Gotcha. Okay, I see I see exactly what's happening here. So we're still using the OpenAI service, which will be able to significantly improve this. It's literally using like garbage models. We're gonna switch that over to OpenRouter for sure. Also, guys, we're only 15 likes away from 600. We can get there. Also, are we gonna hit 11,000? Let's check. Where are we at? Oh wow, wow. We're only 38 subs away from 11,000, guys. We can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Sunrise Studios said, tell it to analyze the system to get an idea of the system first, then ask it to do, starting from the base understanding of your system. Yeah, so I agree. I do think that this is going to be able to get it, though. From my understanding, I think it'll be able to get it just fine. So somebody just asked a good question. It was Neil Thompson. He said, why are you building your own agent builder when there are so many alternatives? I'm curious how that fits into the larger product ecosystem that you're building. So that's a great question, first of all. And the reason that we're building the agent builder is because what's not included in most agentic systems is they do not include the full end-to-end integration with the social media scheduling and publishing APIs. So the thing about View Creator is that because we have these integrations, you know, I can go to create agent, right? And I can do, let's say, a single image, and I can select, I want to post it to X, Facebook, Instagram, and then I can select which accounts I actually want to post. We're going to do all Bridgemind accounts, and then I can set this on a recurring schedule or a run once schedule, and then I actually am able to create the agent. And the biggest part, the biggest reason that we're doing this is because this publishing is so big. This step is a big thing. Like if I had NAN, I would not be able to do this with NAN, right? So, you know, that's why we're doing it. Oh wow, we're only eight likes away from 600. Yeah, he's trying to be Elon Musk and he can't. Do an in-depth review of this system and note that I do not want to use the OpenAI service. I actually want to completely refactor that to use OpenRouter, and I want to use this model with OpenRouter instead of the existing OpenAI system that we are using. Yeah, OpenAI, I mean, I will say I just do not like OpenAI anymore. I mean, they could prove me wrong. I mean, they could come out with a model and I'm like, start to like be like, oh my gosh, they're so good. But, you know, right now, you know, and you guys have seen it. I mean, hey, this is why I don't like OpenAI. Let's go over here and let's go to the leaderboard. Look at how far they've fallen, especially for web dev. I mean, they're 112 below Claude Opus 4.5. Why would you use GPT at all, right? Like in this space, if you're 100 below, there is no reason that you should be using OpenAI models. That's at least where I'm at right now. That could change, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it changes. So let's use Gemini 2.5 Flash. Gemini 2.5 Flash for this, and that's just because Gemini 2.5 is actually, Flash is a pretty good model. I think that we're supposed to get Gemini 3 Pro Flash here soon, or Gemini 2.5 Flash should come here soon. Change this to use OpenRouter and use this model for OpenRouter. Create a structured plan before you refactor this. Yeah, the CLI does, yeah, it's not that great. I'm working on it for my next stream. It will be awesome if you have checked my DM. Okay, let me see. All right, let me see Imperium. Akshay. Oh, Oh, you guys got to see what Imperium's working on right now. So he just shared this. Check this out. So a customizable widget, so that when we hit our goals, it's able to, so piano performance at 600. Speaking of which, how many likes are we at? Oh shoot, we're at 599. 599 likes. That leaderboard is not BS. Oh, did we already do it? Do I have to refresh? We got 600. You guys see 600? Let's see. Let me refresh. I'm still seeing 598 here. But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I think we're gonna hit 11,000. So let's see here. Are we at 11K yet? All right, we're 33 away. 31 away. It's done. We're at 600. Oh, confetti. I like that. All right. Okay. Yeah, we did it, guys. We're at 603. All right. I'm a man of my word. Let's go hit the. You guys. I'm just play some piano for you guys. You guys asked for it. I've been playing piano since I was 6 years old. My first piano lesson, I learned what the difference between right and left was. So, all right. Let me see here. Let me get the stream set up. But W's in the chat, guys, for the piano performance. This has been a good stream. I think we're about to hit 11K. Let's see here. All right, piano performance. Let's go. All right, so let me switch room, and then I need to hold on here. All right, can you guys hear me? It should be on this one here. On. I'm gonna mute the audio here. All right, no more music. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right, can you guys hear me? Can you confirm that you guys can hear me? Guys, show you guys the setup. Can you guys hear me? Chat, can you guys hear me? Oh my gosh, chat. Okay, you guys can hear me. All right, we're good. All right, let's go. All right. I just want to make sure. There we go. We've got this too. All right. Time for piano, guys. Let's go. We're going downstairs. We're gonna play a different song this time. All right. Here we are. This is it. All right. Hold on here. Let me get a good. What's the best way to set this up? Let's see here. I think it might be this right here. Probably this here, right? Yeah. Hold up here. All right. So one thing too is that hold on. Sorry. This is the first piano performance on stream. Well, actually, it's technically second, but first without NS. So I don't have any way to record. Let's see here. All right, can you guys see this? Hold on. I feel like I need to check the stream real quick. Hold on, I'll be back, guys. Hold on. All right, that's decent. All right, guys. I'm going to move it down just a tad. All right, there we go. All right. All right, I'm going to play a sad song. We'll switch it up. We'll do two. We'll do two for 600 likes. And I think we're about to hit 11,000 subscribers. Hold up. Let's see. Let me do a quick sub check. All right, let's see here. We are currently at... All right, hold on. I'll show you guys this. We are currently at 10,984 subscribers. So we need 16 subscribers. 16. And we'll be at 11K. But hold on. Let me see what the chat's saying here. Pull the chat up. All right, we'll do one more song. All right, let's go. One more. We'll do one more. We got, what, 219 people watching? Jeez. All right. All right, we'll do one more, guys, and we'll get back to vibe coding. NS is in the stream. What's up, NS? How's it going? All right, let's see if we did it, chat. Did we do it? Oh my gosh, right there, guys. What the heck? All right, perfect timing. Look at this, guys. 11K. We got 11K. We welcomed in 11K with some Juice World, but really appreciate you guys. Wow, that's awesome. Wow, what a community. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. I'm live, every single day. I just don't take breaks. I just don't stop. I just don't quit. It's kind of becoming an issue. But yeah, let's get back upstairs and let's get back to coding, guys. Appreciate 11K, huge milestone. Let's go. All right, hold up here. All right, we're back. We're back into the laboratory, guys. We got 238 people watching. 11K. We did it. You guys want one more? Well, that's the thing, is I'm live every day. So if we can hit some goals tomorrow, then we'll be back. But let's go. All right, we're back, chat. We're back. Put the FBI cam up. What'd you guys think? You guys like it? Let's go. W's in the chat. Just hit 11K. Welcome to in. Let's go. But you know what's interesting is that I think that you guys are all saying one more. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna have to get more. I'm gonna have to be practicing more. I didn't know that this is gonna turn into the piano channel. You guys are cracking me up. All right, hold up. Let's get it going. All right. 900 likes. All right. All right, so yes, enter plan mode. Let's go. Yeah, I live by myself. I'm on monk mode too, guys. Don't forget. A piano channel. Aperium, let's go. Remember, guys, this is only the beginning. What's your cost of spending on Cursor? I've spent $358 this month. I'm a full stack web developer, and I love the fact that you are a vibe coder. Let's go, man. Let's get it. But you know, here's the thing, guys, is I think that like one thing to take away is that, hey, you know, there's a lot more to life, and I think that there's a whole range of things that wait, only agents onlys. Should we migrate? I'm gonna do a full migration, but we'll just do agents only for now. Add fallback. We'll add a backup model. Wow, that is a pretty nice feature. That was Claude's plan mode. Believe it or not, guys, this has been our best stream ever. I think I've actually learned a couple things myself, to be honest, in this stream. It's using Claude 3 Haiku. Why Claude 3 Haiku? Yeah, 600 likes. Let's go. 1,000 likes for the cold plunge. 1,000 likes would be crazy. But here's the thing, and I'm just gonna actually just share this with you guys openly. Like, something that I'm learning is that, you know, when you're, I don't know if I should share this. I don't know if I should share. Hold on. We'll leave it. Shri X said, I'm waking up every 30 minutes and checking the like count, bro. Nice 700 on the go. It's 2 a.m. here. Let's go, Shri X. Let's go. Let's go, chat. New records. Just hit 11K. But all I have to say is this. You know, whenever you're doing something that, you know, it's like in this realm of like not a lot of other people are doing it, right? And I think that somebody actually in the chat, I forget who said it, but they were basically saying that they had an eBay business and that, you know, with this eBay business that they would go to school and the people would make fun of them, right? And I have definitely seen that, and that's a common occurrence in the world. You know, if you do something that is outside of the norm, if you do something that is not normal, or you're trying to be great, people almost like, and I don't even know why it is, but a lot of people will like bash you for it and like pull you down, right? And I don't know why that necessarily is, but you know, all I'll say is that if you just keep going and you have the staying power and you're the man in the arena, then you will accomplish your goals. And I think that you guys are all watching that on full display here, because I will not give up. I will not stop. And I will keep going no matter what. I will work as hard as I can. I will wake up every day and give it my best. And that's what I promise to all of you guys. All right, how did it go with this? Oh, wow, 11,032. Whew. All right, looks like we have an error in our API, which is fine. It's migrating here. So we'll have to wait to test this. Money Management Calculator said it's because they're stuck in the system. Tariq said vibe coding isn't a bad thing, but doing more than a full stack developer, vibe coding triggers them. A lot of people are asking you guys what I'm cooking. So basically, I'm cooking ViewCreator.ai, over 1,000 users in open beta, soft launch. But really, if I had to give you guys one sentence of what we're building the future of social media automation. And in the same way that vibe coding has completely changed the way that you develop and made it much, much easier for you to create and build, on the back half of that, you know, marketing is so difficult and it's very challenging. And what I've found is that it's easier than ever to build, and it's not easier than ever to market. So what we're doing is we're building agentic systems for social media marketing so that with the click of the button, you can set up automations to be able to automate that process. And we're even marketing View Creator using View Creator. So we're building a product that is going to be able to market the product itself. Now, this is a long-term product. You know, behind me, we have a graph. And I believe that right now, you know, these video gens, these image gens, they're very, very early on. They're expensive, they're low quality, they're slow, they have significant limitations, but that is going to change. There is going to be a ChatGPT-like moment for these generators, and I believe that View Creator is going to be on the cutting edge of this, and I think that we can really build something that's going to change a lot of things for a lot of people. So, yeah, I've been coding for 3 years. What's my favorite movie? I don't watch movies or play video games. Just like weird quirk, but I used to watch movies, and I would say Shawshank Redemption is a good one. All right, perfect. All right, so it's now switched over here. So what is this one here? Agent System Prompts. All right, so I'm going to switch over to Agent System Prompts here. Agent System Prompts. Agent System Prompts. That's an API. Review this in complete depth and create a structured plan of how we can improve our system prompts, as this has been outdated for a while now. We just updated to a new model, and now I want you to do an in-depth review of our system prompts so that we can really take our agentic system to the next level. Review in depth and then create a plan of potential updates that we can make to make our system prompts way better. All right, guys, if you guys are watching, have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are only 20 likes away from 700, and we are, I mean, we just passed 11,000, which is crazy. We're at 11,046 subscribers. So I appreciate all the support today, guys. Thanks, Yaya. Yeah, I know you can't do that in NAN. You can create... You know, you can create something in NAN, but the thing is that wide scheduled, publishing is not available with the social media APIs. So, and you know, one thing that's interesting is I think that a lot of people have this incorrect understanding that, like, hey, if something exists, then you can't, use it or build something similar. It's a pie, right? And you can make your way into that market, and you can take a piece of that pie. So don't let people that are saying stuff like this already exists, or they're just hating on you. Just take it with a grain of salt, because if you build a good product, you can work your way into a market. Also, guys, we're up to 1,321 members in the Discord. If you have not already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. I just want to give a quick shout out to new members today. Big shout out to Shadow Shots, Quaffy, Bob's My Uncle, Vidge, Rubber Duck Dev, Neon Java Dev, Web, Mukesh, J Money, Stray, Jason, K, Pay to Wipe. All right, the usernames kill me every time, but welcome, guys. I'm happy that you're here. Thanks for joining. What if the agent deletes the production database? First of all, my AWS database has deletion control, deletion protection. And then also, I use AWS, so the only way that the agent does that is if I literally tell it to go to AWS and go to my database and make updates to my database. I don't think it's going to delete that. Neil Thompson, is that their name, though? That's the question. All right, guys, we're 11 likes away from 700. We can get there. Let's get it. Am I going to use pay-as-you-go system on AIs in the project? No, so we have a crediting-based system. So, you have credits. You're able to use credits respectively for each action. So this agent costs 6 credits per run. How's GLM 4.6? Haven't tried it. Still unavailable to test, so. What are we at? Let's go. Thank you guys for the support. We've gained, what is it? 440 subscribers today. I think that's a new record. ViewCreator.ai. Yeah, definitely MD files are important. Great work. And now I need you to do the same thing, but I usually, I mean, yeah. Idolarish bro said I used AWS once, racked up a $400 bill. I said shut it down. Yeah, my AWS bill is about $700 a month, so. All right, so high priority items. So here's our plan. So if you guys look at this. So here's our plan. So phase 1, foundation, create constants with shared anti-AI words, platform limits, and prompt builder utilities. Upgrade weak prompts, so full rewrites of title generation, transcript summary with proper structure in JSON output. I think it went a little bit too far. You went a little bit too far. I only wanted to review the prompts and system prompts related to the agentic functionality. Let's retry this. Create another plan. But remember that I'm only focused on system prompts that are associated with the agent functionality. Super Combo Gamer said that he doesn't use AWS besides Route 53 and S3 backups. Besides that, everything is self-hosting DB and all. I am not using SpecKit. Adnan said, oh, cool, man. That's awesome. Keep going, Adnanta. All right, guys. Let's hit some push-ups and pull-ups, guys. Let's go. You guys know how it is. Let's get it. Hold up. Let me get the FBI cam set up again. All right, how are we looking here? Oh, that definitely, the FBI cam is a little bit crooked, I think, today. Let's see. Hold up, let me fix this. All right, how is this? Oh, that's good. All right, let's hit some push-ups, guys, while this is thinking. Yes, allow all updates. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right, and we need some pull-ups too. Let's go. Let's go, chat. All right. So, okay. So review this. Note that title generation, description generation, those are now removed, so we don't even really need those. Evaluate the other ones in depth. For example, you know, yeah, like hard-coded Instagram 3-slide carousel. That's incorrect. Update the other system prompts and also remove the title generation and description generation prompt as it's... Oh, wait. No longer needed. I think this is the case. A little bit of a risk there. Let's go, chat. All right, I need to use the restroom real quick. This is working. We're going to improve our system prompts, make this a lot better. All right, I'm back. Oh, wow, 700 likes. Let's go. I am not running N8N. Yeah, the agents are all customized. Prezemic said, how are you testing this? I found another agent doing the testing really helpful. One agent talks to the other using MD files or core repo in general, and once build completes the test. Yeah, so like as an example, you know, to your point, that is a really good strategy, okay? So I'll just show you guys this. So this agent, I had create an agent system prompts readme, okay? So like key sections here, architecture overview, centralized prompts, and this agent broke down all of the different system prompts that we're using in our agent workflow, okay? So then I passed that to another agent, and that agent had more context of the agent system that we're building. So then I told that agent, I basically said, hey, you know, look at this and create, you know, improved system prompts based off of this, right? So Lone Perker said, what's your background? I've been in the startup world for about 3 years now. Been a software developer, pretty much programming every day for 3 years. But yeah, just as a reminder, I'm live every single day. I'm live around 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be live again tomorrow, obviously. I don't take days off. Yeah, this is Claude Code. Q Famas, let's go. All right, go here. Let's see how that turned out. If you guys remember, back to agents. So if I click on this agent now, instead of that all being junked into like one, if you click settings, which this can be much more improved. I'm not a fan of the styling on this page. Significantly improve this. Yeah, I'm self-taught. Yeah, I went to school for finance at Purdue University. I dropped out my junior year. Still gonna get my degree, but I was too deep into it to not, I mean, don't want to waste the money, but yeah, I'm fully self-taught. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy is what I used. Also, big shout out to J35. Really appreciate you, man. I see you, man. Puffs, let's go, man. You know it. We gotta stay grinding. Alright, so this is where, you know, you actually are gonna update this. Like, this here, I mean, I don't like this. You can't really tell that there's all this contained, so we're gonna need to update the styling here. Couple more issues, but back to agents is a little bit nicer than it was. Edit steps. How do you handle the repo code? What do you mean? Like, how do I handle it? All right, let's see how this agent's doing. All right, still working here. Yeah, so this one's working. So Breeze said, can we see your agent's code or description somewhere, or what prompts and do they have? I mean, here's my approach. You know, I know that you know, I have 217 people watching. There are a lot of like AI influencers out there, and you know, from what I've seen, a lot of them are just like kind of vying for your attention, and they're not really like, they're trying to be content creators, right? Which is fine. But what you're going to get at BridgeMind and what you're going to get with this community is you're going to get a true community of builders, right? So I don't monetize, I don't take sponsors, and my main mission is to vibe code an app until I make $1 million. And I think that, hey, when you introduce sponsorships, when you introduce monetization, it's going to, you know, definitely impact the content that you're creating. And that's not what when I started doing this, I didn't start out thinking I'm going to become a content creator and I'm going to, you know, make it big, right, on YouTube or, you know, Twitch or wherever, right? That's not what my main goal is. My main goal is to build the future and to make a significant impact on the AI revolution and to build up a community of people that are going to build the future. And that's what BridgeMind is. If you haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. Continue with the plan. First step, yeah, no, we don't want to use those. Yeah, from what I see from the other AI influencers is that they'll get on a live stream or they'll get on a video and they'll be like, I'm going to show you the best tools that I use in my projects, right? And they'll say that, and then it's all just sponsorship garbage. So, yeah. That's not what we're about, guys. Yeah, so YT user, you know, we've built an automated marketing platform. So the goal, and the thing is, this is a long-term project. And for those of you that are OGs, you've been around since day 20, or even before that, some of you, you know, this is a long-term project, and I do believe in it. I have a vision for it. And you guys are not going to see me jump around from project to project. I do believe that this is the future of social media marketing, and we're going to play a pivotal role in it. So, 2LA, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Breeze, yeah, we have a whole community that helps each other out. All right, let's see if that Gemini agent is done. It is. So if we go to settings, this should be improved, largely improved at least. Let's see here. I don't like this section here. So one cool thing about Cursor is that we can actually go to that section. We can go to that page, and we can drop in the that div. So it's just a little bit more specific, which is nice. What do we just do? Settings. So this div, I'm literally going to drop it in. I don't like how this div has a drop down to see the settings that I can change. Update that, fix it, change it, make it easy to understand. And don't make it so that I have to do a drop down to see it. That's not needed. Modnique, yeah. All right. All right, Neat, congratulations. I just added you as a standard moderator. Congrats. Appreciate your involvement in the community. You've been great. Also, J35, thank you for telling me to do that because he did need to get modded. W Linux. All right, so we just need to change this a little bit. This agent here, working on system prompt upgrades. Super Combo Gamer said that I think Grok is a powerful natural language AI at the moment, but horrible with coding. Every time I ask it something, it feels better than every other model. Time of chords, yeah, right now I am, but that's not necessarily like the only thing that you can do. Like sometimes Gemini will totally miss on something, whereas, you know, Claude will get it really, really easily. So, yeah, welcome to the Discord, man. All right, so this one's working. Looks good. All right, so let's see where we're at. Wow, 11,094. We're only 6 subscribers away from 11,100, guys. Let's get there. We can do it. How come I stay so hyped? I've always been gifted with like a lot of natural energy. I believe in what I'm doing. Yeah, I guess that's just who I am. I don't know. Best way to describe it. Yeah, every dev on macOS. Yep. All right, so it looks like this is improved. So remaining agent step processors. So create plan, create metadata, select from content bank. So if you guys remember, this was a big thing that we were talking about earlier on the stream. So if I go over to View Creator, also is this updated yet? Or I think Gemini 3 is still working on it. So we built in this stream the context of the concept of a content bank, okay? And where we're at with this and why did we actually create a content bank? So you have these profiles, and profiles have content banks associated with them, right? So I can upload, for example, like a video, right? So here's a video that I just uploaded, okay? It's added to my content bank now. And these videos are connected to these profiles. So I can now go over to agents and I can click create agent. And let's say I want to do, let's just do a short video, right? And then I have a couple YouTube accounts connected, Instagram, and then let's do Facebook as well. And then I do, yes, the BridgeMine YouTube, the BridgeMine Instagram, and the BridgeMine Facebook. I want to upload there. I can set up as a recurring agent or a agent that's going to run once. And then I'm able to, create a workflow here. And what we want to talk about today is this concept of, and it's still not in here, as you can see, as an option. So yes, yeah, this one says video number 2, and this is a create video step. So what we need to change here is we need to, and it's almost ready to be implemented, update the code so that selecting a content from the content bank is possible for the agent. Select from content bank, or however you want to word it, should be added as a step that can be added as an agent node or an agent step. So we're gonna deploy, we're gonna do View Creator API, and we're gonna do View Creator Creator UI. And yeah, this, we're gonna do an ultra think on this. And then this is gonna be added to add step here. Remember that when the user uses this, it needs to be connected to a profile. Like if they want to use content bank as a step, they need to select a specific profile that this agent is going to be correlated with at the first step of the agent, or not the first step, but the start of the agent. They need to select a profile because a content bank will default, or a content bank selector step will default to the profile that it's connected to. Does that make sense? Think deeply about this and create a plan that will implement this functionality across the entire stack. We need to add a new step where the user, instead of doing create video or create image, where they can add it and it's literally able to select content that has not yet been posted for the specified content type from the content bank. All right, does that make sense to you guys? I just prompted, but so what we need to do is we need to make it so that, hey, add step here. If I go here and show you guys this, we have create plan, create image, create video, and then publish, which is great. It's fine, right? But the problem that we have is that, if we go to this board, hey, we do know that video generation and image generation are not quite there yet. So, when you're building a product like this that's a little bit premature, let's say, because this product will be incredibly useful once you are able to full stack it. What we're trying to do is we're making it so that there's a step that's able to pick the content for you. Also, let's see if we hit 11,100. We did it, guys. Let's go, 11,100. So that means we're up 500, almost 500 subscribers in one day, which is a new record. So let's go, guys. This community isn't slowing down anytime soon. Ultra think. So somebody in the chat just asked, what is it doing when I type in ultra think? So yeah, so J35, thank you. It sets the reasoning to like ultra thinking. Like it is gonna really up the reasoning. Okay. Let's see what. Oh, provider overloaded. Also, guys, we have 718 likes. If you haven't liked the stream already, let's get to 750. Let's get to 750 likes, guys. We're only 30 away. All right. I wonder how the agent's going to perform with the updated system prompts. You know, that can have a significant effect. So one thing I want to do is let's test one of our agents. So let's just test with this vibe coding X agent. So just kind of give you guys a preview of this agent. So what it does, just starts, plan, and then publishes. So literally, it just comes up with a formatted post about vibe coding. I think what we're going to do tomorrow, and we touched on it a little bit in this stream, but what we're gonna do tomorrow is we're going to make it so that there's an added step that like searches up trends and then finds keywords, because that is a huge, like if you actually want to do well on social media, you need to know what keywords people are using, and you also need to know what's trending. So if we're going to create AI automations, there needs to be an additional step that does that. So right now, you know, that's definitely like, I wouldn't necessarily call it a limitation, but I would say that's going to be something that makes this product really, really useful, is to be able to make it so that it does that. So let's run this agent, and so it's going to create a plan. And what I'm testing this for now is our plan previously actually had some outdated stuff, and it ran really fast. So it literally took 6 seconds to run that agent, and it should post a new X post. So look here. So ever heard of vibe coding? It's all about structured, formatted code that makes analysis a breeze. Think clean, clear code, and that just feels right. What are your favorite tips for coding your code, for keeping your code vibey? Okay, interesting. Okay. So, you know, not very good. Like, one thing I'll say is, like, we're going to make this so much better this week. Like, one thing that's even comes off the top of my head is that, hey, you know, these posts need to be formatted differently, right? So let's say that you have, you know, we have a create metadata step, and what this step does is it, based on what platform is being posted to, it's going to be able to create the metadata. So in this case, the metadata is the content that's being posted to X, right? So it's literally the post, like, content. If it was just, if it was going to YouTube, it would be the title, description, tags, the category of the video, and then that would be the metadata. And we're going to need to make it so that each of those, based on what platform it's being created, it's going to have to create different metadata, right? And so for X, just as an example, the metadata needs to actually be formatting the post. So if you guys go over to my Bridgemind, or I guess I'm already there, like you can see it's all like paragraphs here. That doesn't do well on X. You know what does well on X? Stuff like this, where it's like line by line, easy to read. Look, this one got 200 views, 7 likes. GPT 5.2 expected on Tuesday this week. Fun fact, GPT 5.1 performance was worse than ChatGPT 5. So, you know, just easily digestible, and it's kind of in like, you know, paragraph, whatever you want to call that, but just better. And then you can see this was another one that we made with View Creator. And again, like, you know, emojis, like, come on, you know. So we're going to have to polish that up tomorrow, but not a focus of today. Today we've just been focused on this scheduling functionality, and actually getting it working is big. All right. Richest Domains said he just joined the Discord channel. Let's go, man. All right. How long have I been coding? 3 years. Yeah, 730 likes. Let's get it. Thanks, J35. Yeah, exactly. So Yaya said, what about the issue with the word count limit for each social media specialty with the bio and the description of the content being published? So you're spot on. Totally spot on. That's what we're going to have to do tomorrow. We're going to make this way better tomorrow. So I really want to see if we can actually get this, like the last task of today, and we'll see it here shortly. Can we get it selecting from a content bank? Because right now, like I said, right now we're doing, most of the things that we're doing are related to like just creating the content from scratch, right? which is great, but it's not there yet. So how we can make this tool useful today is, let's say that I have 5 different channels, right? And let's say I use Opus Clip and I generate 60 clips. Do I want to schedule all those myself, or do I want to use a view creator agent to be able to wake up every 5 times a day, go look at my content bank, grab one of the videos that hasn't been posted, and then post it to the platform? That is agentic social media marketing, and that is what we are doing. Because that is useful today. We don't have to wait for the AI generators to get better. And because I have a platform, because I have a community, because I have a brand and a business, I can see some of these things, and it's nice to be able to say, okay, I know that this is something that can help me today. So that's for those of you that ask, hey, why, how do I come up with ideas? That's how I think, is how can I build something that's useful for me today? Because if it's useful for you today, it's going to be useful for somebody else as well. Could I code this app without AI? No. This app is incredibly complex. It has a lot of moving parts, and we built it in 77 days. And I mean, the rate of change in vibe coding and with this technology is off the charts. And anybody that has been involved with it for the past couple of years sees the rate of change, and they see what's happening. It's absolutely incredible. All right, I'm gonna take a seat real quick. Hold up. Huffs, welcome to the Discord, man. No, Breeze, it's subscription. So SaaS is software as a service, and you sell subscriptions. So for example, you can go to View Creator and go to the pricing page, and you can see the different pricing models. Cursor is definitely better than Anti-Gravity right now. I'm not huge into Anti-Gravity. I probably need to stay up to date with it though, because I know that a lot of people are using it. But I will say a lot of people are using Anti-Gravity because they're literally giving out free AI right now, right? So they're getting a lot of users, it's getting a lot of hype. But is it actually better than Cursor? No. If you have the money, use Cursor. If you don't have the money, then Anti-Gravity may be the better option. Which, no wrong with either of those options. Personally, I'm willing to spend the money on Cursor. So, Sam said, I'm at the point right now where even if I need a spreadsheet for something, I'd rather vibe code that as an app instead. It'll be faster and more convenient. Yeah. What about Trey? I've never used it. I hear about it. I heard mixed opinions. Am I missing something? Yeah, vibe coding is the future. People won't be writing code manually in 5 years at all. At least not people that are serious. Maybe for fun. All right, so this is now verifying the build, so we should be good to test now. So agents, let's see here. All right, so let's go to create agent. Let's create a new agent. We'll do a single image. We'll do X. That's fine. And run once. And then what I want to do is I actually want to do So content bank. So you guys see this? So if you guys missed that, so now in steps, we have this content bank option. And the reason that we built this is because, hey, we want to be able to delete creating images at all. Like I want to delete this step. So this will be interesting. I don't know if it's going to work. We will see. So I have to connect. Man, you know what I should do is for content bank, it really should be connected to the profile there. Yeah, there's one thing I did miss out on. Yeah. So a content bank step really should include the profile of the content bank that's being used. That's one thing that I missed, for sure. Also, guys, we're only 9 likes away from 750. Let's get there. So, I mean, that's fine. I think this will still work. We'll change that tomorrow if we have to, but let's just test it. Test. This agent creates an X post. Oh, nice. All right, I think it's this one, right? Create an X post about vibe coding. Choose an image that has not already been posted from the content bank and post it. Or no. This will be interesting. I don't think it's going to work on the first try. Post the image. Yeah. Alright. This is going to need to take some more work. But like I mean, what even error there? It probably isn't even that complex of an error. It's probably like a 400 or something. Or 500. Oh, it's just literally that enum. Yeah, you can't. That's not enum. Do we have pending migrations anywhere? Hold up. All right. This needs to be fixed. Also, oh, man. All right, hold up here. All right, YouTube just changed up our vibe. I have no idea where this music is playing. All right, why did the music just become sad? Oh, actually, I like this song. Do you need a deeper understanding of the code for vibe coding, or is basic understanding enough to vibe code? You know what's interesting about vibe coding is that you can kind of like get started and you can learn as you go. Is one thing to understand about vibe coding is that you know, you can kind of like, it jump starts you, right? So you don't need like a complete understanding. Like you can kind of learn on the fly. So let's say that you want to build something, right? So how I would describe it is, let's say you want to build something, you have no idea how to do it. You create a plan, you learn what the AI thinks is the best option. You kind of like learn everything you can about it, and you guide the AI, right, as you go. But it's like, hey, before AI, you wouldn't even know how to get started, right? So in my opinion, you know, that's the best way to do it. You can just dive right in and start learning immediately. Yep, that's good. All right. All right, guys, where are we at? Are we, how many likes are we at? All right, we're only 3 likes away from 750, which is our goal, guys. Let's get there. Yeah, I agree. Piece of mech. Yeah, you got to learn all that stuff. No, I'm not a CS major. I'm self-taught fully. One more like, guys. Let's go. All right, we are past the 6-hour mark, and we get our goal. Yeah, we're past 750 likes, and this just finished. So guys, we've got a ton on our plate this week. As you can see, like, hey, yesterday and today, we made like major breakthroughs in this agentic functionality. We do have end-to-end content ideation, content creation to content scheduling and posting working inside of our agents here. So just as a recap, you know, this is working fully. This is working fully, and we're going to have to work some kinks out, but we also have this idea of content banks working, which is going to be an interesting thing that we'll be working on tomorrow, because we'll be able to build up a content bank of content that we create, and then the agent will be able to wake up, let's say 5 times a day, we fill our content bank, and then the agent is able to completely manage the choosing which content and then actually creating the metadata for it and publishing it respectively. So really appreciate all the support today, guys. We broke 11,000 subscribers. Let's see where we're at. 11,128. So for all those that are new, you know, just as a reminder, I'm live every single day. I don't take days off, and our community is only getting bigger, and I think today is a testament to that. So shout out to all of our moderators. Really appreciate your help, and we are building a team and a community, and I really appreciate each and every one of you. So with that being said, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.